so horrendous that he tried to tone it down. But then one day, the ruler of Maiduguri, the ruler of Borno, sent for him and said to him, my son, I hear you have been causing a lot of trouble for our people in the border. I have invited you here today to tell you that I don't want anything bad to happen to you. I hope you get the lesson. That is it. There was nothing that connected us. There was no moral or cultural anything that bound us together with another. Except, I repeat, that we were being made to pay the salaries of the British civil servants who served the Northern Protectorate. Then the Second World War came to an end in 1945, and then the British decided that we must be run as a country, especially because the belief was all over Africa and the world that African countries will now develop towards independence. So it was necessary to give us a constitution. That is the point. The constitution that was fashioned between 1936 and 1939, between 1946 and 1949 was the real constitution that created one Nigeria. And it created Nigeria as a federation. I want to let you know that the British were not sure what to do. So they published an invitation to anybody, any Nigerian who had any proposal, suggestion as to how to organize the new country. And the Yoruba leadership organization, AKÍNTÓYÈ, wrote a great memo proposing a federal constitution. That is the first major statement that anybody ever made about creating a constitution, about creating a federal country for Nigeria. It was well received by everybody. It was applauded everywhere. It was applauded by the British. It was applauded even in London. And so the attempt was made to create a federation. But then something happened. The suggestion, the fear that Nigeria will become independent not too long after 1949 was in the air. And the British wanted to make sure that even though the country will become independent, they must have control of its economy. You see, the war had ended with the economy of Britain, of the United Kingdom, in shambles. Most British cities were in ruins. The recovery was expensive, and Nigeria was a major contributor to the funding of the recovery. And the British were determined that the funding from Nigeria would continue. And so they were being very careful from the beginning in whose hands they would leave the country. Who will we give the country to that will let us continue to draw all these resources from Nigeria? The answer was the Fulani. Why? Because the Fulani were not educated. They were not interested in education. They had shown that they could subdue the Hausa nation. That's their greatest credential. So we, the British, will work with them in order to ensure the continuation of our own benefit from Nigeria. And so they began to mentor them into the task. In the year 2013, our older sister, Teju Alakija, the only ADÉLÄ's oldest daughter, was in Philadelphia where I was living to do the naming ceremony for her grandchild, her daughter's little baby. She found out that I was in the area. She found me out, and she asked me to come and celebrate the usual Yoruba naming ceremony. Orogoni, Obini, and Kankan, and so on. I said, well, I've done it before at home. So I went and did it. And when we were having dinner, Mama said, Banji, there is a story that I have needed to tell somebody since my youth that I have never told anybody, but that I must tell you now. She was already very old. She couldn't walk anymore, and so on. Here is the story she told me. The war came to an end in 1945 September. In January 1946, I was offered admission in a college in London, in a girls' college in London. And we were ready to pay, we were able to pay the fees. My father was able to pay the fees, but there was no way for me to get to London. In those days, there were no aeroplanes yet. Every journey to London had to go by boat. But all the boats leaving Nigeria and Ghana, the British colonies, were filled with British officials who had been stranded in Nigeria since the beginning of the war in 1939 and who are now returning home with their wives and their children. So there was no place for anybody at all on any ship. And as I sat home weeping, my father decided to go and ask for the help of the Governor General. So she went to Lagos, appealed to the Governor General on behalf of his little daughter who was crying at home. And the Governor General said, okay, I will help. I will see how I can help. A few days later, the Governor General called for his father and told him, your daughter has a place on a boat now to go to London. And so she found herself on a boat going to London. She said the entire ship was filled with white people, British civil servants who were returning home with their families. There was no room for any other person. But he then discovered after a few days that there were some other Nigerians on the boat, 5 of them, and that all of them were northerners. Sir Amadu Bello, Sir Tafawa Balewa, Alhaji Ribadu, Alhaji Noah Wada, and I think Buka Dipcharima. And so she became curious. And so she began to find out what are they going to do in London that other people from other parts of Nigeria are not entitled to go. And she found that those people were being taken to London So where they were going to be briefed and educated and mentored about how to rule Nigeria, how to hold Nigeria in their hands after independence. So that's our story. The story of a country that was started deliberately with the intention of enthroning some people on it. And it was the least educated, the least capable to run the affairs of a modern country that the British chose. And they chose them because they were the easiest to manipulate. Then came the events of the 1950s. And the British became more and more convinced when they saw the stunning achievements of Chief Awolowo in the Western region that they would never let this man and his people rule this country. Whatever has to be done will be done to prevent them from ever tasting power in Nigeria. And so, all the future of the country called Nigeria was determined that a people called the Fulani will rule Nigeria, that a people called the Yoruba would never taste power in Nigeria because they were too well educated. They were already well educated before the British came in the 19th century. By the time that the British came and they were establishing their territories in Yoruba land in the 1990s, many Yoruba families had produced two generations of university graduates. When Nigeria was amalgamated in 1914, the Yoruba nation was the only nation in it that was educated. And all that people talk about Yoruba's Nigerian nationalism was entirely Yoruba nationalism, because the Yoruba were the only people who had the education. So the British said, these Yoruba, they are not typical black people. They cannot be cheated, they cannot be deceived. They are as educated as we are, sometimes better educated than we are. And so we cannot put the affairs of our largest country in Africa in their hands. We must keep them low, keep them down. So all the time that things were happening in Nigeria in the 1950s, and Chief Awolowo was performing wonders in Ibadan, and Western region was becoming, Western region became the pace setter in all areas of development. The British were not very happy about it. All of those things became for them proof that if these people called the Yoruba are allowed to rule Nigeria, we will be finished. We won't be able to benefit as much from Nigeria as we want to. 1959 came. Chief Awolowo and the Action Group ran one of the most titanic election campaigns ever in the history of Africa. He won the election, but it was rigged against him for the Northerners. The question whether it was rigged is no longer a debate, it's no longer a point of debate. We all know that that is what happened. Even some of the people who rigged the election, some of the British themselves, some of the British people themselves who rigged the election have written memoirs to say we rigged the election. We were asked to rig the election. Our employers from London, our superiors from London, asked us to rig the election, and we did. One of them wrote a memoir which he called Blue Collar Lawman. He was a young man from Oxford, and he was he was not sure that the way the British were running the affairs of Nigeria and leaving the Yoruba out was a good thing to happen to a country. And he was often grumbling. So he said, he told the story. I have heard him tell the story. He said one day the Governor General, James Robertson, called for him. His name is William Smith. And the Governor General said to him, Smith, you have problems. Your first problem is, I hear you have been grumbling that the way we are running the affairs of this country are wrong, are not worthy of a nation like the British to be trying to twist the political life of a country. Well, I say you have a problem because that's what we are asked to do. You are right. That's what we are doing, and that's what we are asked to do here. So that's your problem. Then I hear, Smith, I hear that you have been talking about the fact that we appear to be planning to rig the election for the Northerners, the 1959 election, the pre-independence election for the Northerners. Again, you have a problem because you are right. What we are going to do is to enthrone the Northerners as rulers of Nigeria. And you have yet another problem. I have set up a committee to handle the secret operations, the covert operations for rigging the elections. And I have appointed you to chair that committee. He said, I was a young man. My first thought when I got out of his office was to go and pack my load and run away somewhere where they would never find me. But I knew the British government would find me, and when they found me, they would kill me. So I decided to surrender, and we rigged the election for the North. He said, and I think he wrote in his memoir, that he can never get over the fact that the British, who are regarded as a civilized people, ruled by a class of well-educated and civilized gentlemen, descendants of great families, who sit in an office in London and distort the future of a great African country that was coming. I can never get over that. But that was not all. The elections went, and Awolowo became leader of opposition in the federal parliament, and so on. And another leading member of the party was brought home to be premier of the Western region. Then the British saw their chance to move. They must disrupt the party, destroy the party, destroy Awolowo. And I have learned that the original thinking in all the planning for the 1962 disruption of the Western region, the declaration of a state of emergency in the region, the arrest of Chief Awolowo and his trial for treasonable felony was originally planned to do something worse. They were going to charge him for treason, find him guilty, and execute him. But some British families intervened, and so the thing was toned down to treasonable felony, punishable by imprisonment. And so the one person who had the knowledge, the capability, the expertise, and the zeal and willingness to make Nigeria work was crushed. When they kept rigging elections then to enthrone a group that would be submissive to the North, I was just passing out of university in Ibadan. That time, 1962, I had been working in Christ School as a teacher for a few months. And a good number of us got together and decided, well, we are nobody. We don't have anything. Most of us were not even yet married. We have no money, no house, nothing. But we are citizens of this place. It be enough for you was all legacy, and we are not going to let anybody take it away from us. I'm telling you the story of how what you now call wet here came into being. Chief Ayofasami was our president, and I was his vice president. And we fought and fought until the military took over. For a start, we were happy. But then the military went forward and ruled for until 1979, more or less. And all that time, they were twisting Nigeria, destroying the federal idea, instituting a central command system for Nigeria, and putting all of that in the hands of the House of Fulani, of the Fulani. In 1978, after Bapa came out of prison and he served in the Gawan government, he came to us in Ife. I was by then a university professor. And he said, well, in spite of all that has happened, Nigeria is our country. We have the ability to build it and make it a great country. Let us go and do it. And we agreed. The leading people in the university, Professor Oluwaseun, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Sam Aluko, Professor Yenuga, Faculty of Law, then young professors like myself, David Okè, and so on, people from the administration, Wumi Adegmamire, we gathered together and we promised Baba that we were going to support him. And we worked with him to create the Unity Party of Nigeria. I was chairman of many of the committees that wrote the position papers for the UPN, and in the end, I wrote the manifesto of the party. And we ran a great campaign. We were scattered all over Nigeria. First, I was working in Benue State. Then I was whisked to Cross River State at the time, to Uyo, where we were experiencing some difficulty. Again, all the statistics available to us showed that we won that election. But the British had taught the people they were handing Nigeria over to one important lesson. And this is the lesson. And this is the root of failure. The lesson is this. All the running around, all the political party campaigns and noise and so on is just for the consumption of the people. That is not what decides who will rule the country. The people who decide who will rule the country are the people who are ruling the country now. The power is in their hands. And it is they who will empower and enthrone the next rulers, not the elections, not the campaigns. So, very dangerous, very dangerous diseases were fed into the body politic of Nigeria. First, the enthronement of a people who have no idea of modernity and cannot lead a country to a modern development. 2 years ago, a Fulani member of the House of Representatives stood up in the House of Representatives and made this following staggering statement. Well, as you know, we Fulani don't go to school. We don't know what universities are all about. And the only time we think we have no problem with electricity and third road and so on, the only time we think we have a problem is when we don't have cows or when we lose our cows. We cannot blame the Fulani for dragging Nigeria down. They have never in their whole history built a town or a village. They have been migrating people. Hausa land is the first place on earth where the people allowed the Fulani to take over their homeland. And they progressively destroyed the culture, the economy, and the confidence of the Hausa people. Today, some Fulani are bragging that they have succeeded in destroying the Hausa nation, and that all that survives, all that has survived is only the Hausa language. So there was enthroned on Nigeria a people whose only idea of governance is to destroy and subdue and suppress the people so that they can rule and have full access to the resources. That's the idea of government. 12 days after independence in 1960, independence was October 1. Independence celebration was October 1. On the 12th of October, Sir Ahmadu Bello, the leader of the Fulani, was quoted as making the following statement in Kaduna. This new nation called Nigeria shall be an extension of the estate of our great-grandfather Osman Dan Fodio. We will use the peoples of the Middle Belt as willing tools and the peoples of the South as conquered territory, and never let them rule over us and never let them control their own future. Hear that statement again. This new nation called Nigeria shall be the extension of the estate of our great-grandfather Osman Dan Fodio. We will use the peoples of the Middle Belt as willing tools and the peoples of the South as conquered territory, and never let them rule over us and never let them control their own future. Those who are going around saying, making friends with the Fulani, we want to serve, we want restructuring and so on and so forth. They don't know what they're dealing with. When I came back from Nigeria, I naturally gravitated towards the group that in which I had many of my friends, Afenifere. I wrote a memo for Afenifere suggesting that we needed to look at what was happening in Nigeria more critically than we were doing, instead of just talking clap claptrap about restructuring. The document exists. And while the anger against me was building among some people, most members were happy and glad, but there were people who thought that I was destroying their business. The young people met in Ibadan and decided that they had elected me to come and lead them. And after thinking about it for a whole month, I finally agreed to lead them, and I've been in the struggle for Yoruba self-determination since then. It is the only thing we can do. Anybody who tells you that there is something else, and so on. It is not a question of becoming president or not becoming president. The fundamentals of Nigeria are well established, and they are established so that the Fulani will be in control, even if you are president. Ask Obasanjo, ask Jonathan. Finally, in 1999, after a whole decade of horrible disruption by Abacha, during which many of our leaders had to flee abroad into exile, the man who was president cooked up some constitution, gathered some people together in Asoro, cooked up the constitution, and issued it by decree without any reference to Nigeria whatsoever. When you have managed your affairs in such a way that there is a people among you who can do such horrible things, who have the confidence that they can do such horrible things, then the country cannot exist. So that's how gradually Nigeria has been run aground. In order to make it easy for them to control, in 1978, they changed the parliamentary system to a presidential system so that they can enthrone a Fulani man or a subordinate person under the Fulani to rule Nigeria. And that has been working. Finally, they put it all together in the 1999 Constitution. I'm skipping a lot in order to give you the idea of what is happening in Nigeria. And so what stage are we in now? When I was a young professor, David Okrake and I were from Ife, and we were in the Senate. We had a number of friends in our UPN something, and we began to wonder, how is it possible to institute so much corruption as was going on under Shagari? How is that possible? Within a year, 2 years, the whole place was awash with corruption. How? We went and saw Papa in Park Lane, and he said, well, your duty, you are the intellectuals, do the research and find out. And this is what we found. I have written this to people before when I was in America, and when they read it, they told me, I cannot even keep this paper in my house because this is what happened. particular instrument that the North were taught to use to control, keep hold on the control of Nigeria was to keep the Middle Belt as part of Nigeria and to use the peoples of the Middle Belt, as Bello said, as willing tools. And they succeeded magnificently with that. So that people like Danjuma were calling themselves Northern military officers. And they would do anything that the Northern government wanted them to do. Even when the Tiv people revolted against the Northern regional government, it was mostly officers and soldiers from the same Middle Belt that went out to fight the Tivs. So they were really willing to. But in 1966, in 1967, as the Igbo leadership were talking about secession and announced secession, Gowon decided that the one thing to do to stop them was to break Nigeria into many states. So the North was broken in such a way that the Middle Belt was separated from the North. And so the Fulani leadership then strategized that since they have lost control over the Middle Belt, it was going to become very difficult for them to continue to hold Nigeria. So in 1978, they held a series of meetings. And some of the most respected Islamic leaders were invited to those meetings. And people like Mohammed Bumi assured them that it is permissible in Islam to use public money to buy the loyalty of prominent citizens. So we don't have the Middle Belt anymore, but Nigeria has a lot of money now from the oil wells. And we must now systematically use that money to subdue and emasculate the political elite of the South. And the way to do it is when they occupy position, let them steal as much money as they and don't ask about it. They will let us rule them because we will let them take the money. We went and reported to our father that that's what we had found. He was astounded. You mean some people are saying that they would destroy the leadership of Nigeria by using money? I would say yes. And that's what has been happening. I am not saying that human greed is not part of the corruption in Nigeria. It's part of it. But the bigger and more fundamental part of it is the deliberate decision of a section of the country to use the wealth of Nigeria to destroy, subdue, and emasculate the leadership, the political leadership of the rest of Nigeria. And it has succeeded marvelously. Look at what our leaders are doing in the Southwest. They no longer rule as Yoruba leaders. They rule as Fulani leaders, and they're after the money. And under that kind of leadership, the Yoruba Southwest has been going down and down and down. People from the East who were running away from the destruction of their own economy in the East came to Yoruba land and they began to do some trading anyhow. And they took over the trading of Yoruba land. And our governors had no answer to it. In 2014 or 2013, a young man, a young Ekiti boy living abroad came home, was in Ado Ekiti, and he wrote something for the social media that for more than 2 days, the whole of Ado Ekiti shops were shut down because the Igbo had gone home to go and celebrate something in their homeland in the east. And they had shut down their shops, and there was no place to buy anything in Ado Ekiti, the capital city of Yoruba of the Ekiti state. Then something more horrible then happened. In 2013, I think it was August 2013, the leadership of the Fulani held a meeting in Burkina Faso. I think it's in a town called Bori in northern Burkina Faso. And they said it was time that the Fulani should have a homeland of their own. We've never had a homeland because we have always been migratory, nomadic. But now God has given us a country called Nigeria, and we must take it by force. That's when you began to hear Fulani people talk of who are born to rule, who are doing it, and so on and so forth. And one Aliu wrote a very staggering piece in which he said, in 1960, Allah, through the British, gave us Nigeria to rule and to do with as we please. We have been doing just that since 1960, and we intend to continue. In 1966, the Igbo tried to wrestle the control of Nigeria from their hands, and they were crushed in a civil war. If any other people try to do so now, we shall kill, maim, destroy. I'm quoting him. Those are his words. We shall kill, maim, destroy, and turn Nigeria into the greatest bloodbath on the African continent. The Mujahideen are ready, and by Allah, we shall win. Not long after that, the Fulani herdsmen, accompanied by military men, began to invade all of Nigeria, including the south, including Yoruba land. And they have been at it since then. You think, oh, this is just herdsmen. It's not just herdsmen. It is a national agenda of the Fulani. They have never owned a homeland, and they do not believe that any nation has a homeland. The idea of a national homeland is alien to them. So the Yoruba have no right to be claiming that they have a homeland. It is not their homeland. If we can deceive them or conquer them to take it away from them, then God has given it to us. That's the philosophy. In January 2018, the Fulani went and killed large numbers of people in Benue State and destroyed many villages. And so some elders thought we should go and commiserate with them. And we were asked to bring 4 people from every zone. 4 people from the Yoruba, 4 people from the Igbo, 4 people from the South, 4 people from the Middle Belt, 16 of us. We all met in Abuja and flew to Makurdi. The governor of Benue State was waiting for us with all the elite of his Benue State. And after we had greeted them and commiserated with them, the governor then said something that was very, very strange. He stood up and thanked us. And then he said, well, the disaster for which you have come to visit us now is a little thing compared with the disaster that is coming. The people who said they were coming to kill and destroy us, and we gave the letters to the federal government, to the president, to the vice president, to the head of the military, to the head of the police, and so on and so forth, and they did nothing. And these people came on January 1 and killed large numbers of our people. We are still doing mass burials and conducting national mourning. But all of that seems now to be a small thing compared with what is coming. And I'm saying that because the same people who wrote to us to say they are coming to destroy us are now reaching again between the time of their attack on January 1 and today. And here is the letter. The letter said, dear Governor of Benue State, we see that you and your people are mourning and conducting mass burials. That is a little thing compared with what we are bringing to you. We are coming. And we have built, and the problem with us is that you regard the land in your state as belonging to the ethnic groups that live in your state. But the land doesn't belong to them. It belongs to us, Fulani. Allah has given it to us. And we are not talking of the ethnic groups in Benue State alone. We are talking of ethnic groups in all parts of Nigeria, the Yoruba, the Igbo, and so on. Allah has given it to us, and we have a reason now to take it. And we will take it by force. We have accumulated money and weapons for the war. And if we have to go on for decades or even centuries, we are ready to go on until we subdue you all. If you think your federal government will stand up and defend you, you're deceiving yourself. Around about the same time, there was a fight between Yoruba kids, Yoruba youth, and the Hausa Fulani in Sabo in Ife. Again, as is the tradition of the Yoruba, the leaders got together and thought we cannot leave Ife people to be doing this to foreigners, we can't, and so on. They only encouraged us to send a delegation. So we sent a delegation. I was on that delegation. And we started in a small, we had visited the Ife to thank the Oni, because it was the Oni who prevented the real horror in that city that day. Our boys were ready to wipe out the entire Hausa Fulani community in the Sabo. And they were ready. They were pushing them forward. Until the Oni came and stretched out his mighty hands and said, Ife, please don't do this in my time. And save the situation. So we went and thanked the Oni. We went and visited the Yoruba people, the Ife people, in the big hall in front of the palace. And then the Oni had asked the Sabo people to wait for us, and they were waiting for us, and we went to visit them too. And we were nice and so on. We gave out gifts, etc., and appealed to them, please don't do anything that would bring conflict between you and your hosts, and so on and so forth. And the leader, who was a Fulani man, leader of the Sabo, who was a Fulani man, that's something. If the Hausa are the traders, the Fulani are not traders. When the Hausa go out and create a Sabo in a town, they cannot make one of themselves the ruler of it. By the law that exists in Hausa land, they must go and find a Fulani man to come and lead them. Come and be their Siriki or whatever the title they might give him. So this Fulani man answered, for a start, he said good, nice things, thanked us for coming, etc. Then it got to the key, the core of what he wanted. He was eager to communicate to us. He said, God is the owner of all land. God is the owner of all land. It is true that at the beginning, God gave your father Oduduwa this piece of land called Yoruba land today for his use and the use of his children. And you have used it for many thousands of years. But God has never given up ownership of the land. He has never abdicated ownership of the land. The land still belongs to God. And it is entirely in his power to give it to another nation now that is not Yoruba. The land belongs to God. God has never abdicated ownership of the land. And it's entirely in his power, in his prerogative, to give it to another people today who are not Yoruba.
Oh, God.
So, item by item, things that should not be done in the management of any country have been done in Nigeria. The British imposed a people who could never run a modern country. The people to whom they bequeathed then went out to try and subdue the rest of Nigeria. And they did so by starting with the Western region in 1962. And they have been at it all the time. The idea of federalism has died out. The center now controls everything. That's not how to rule a multi-nation country. There is no interest in the economy. The only interest that the rulers of Nigeria have in the economy is how they will take money out of the economy for themselves. That's what we call corruption. They don't see it as corruption. In 1982, I was on a national mission with a Fulani senator, Senator Jallo Waziri. He was chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee of Senate, and I was his vice chairman. And the two of us were sent to go and attend something in Egypt, and we were coming back in the night. Just two of us in a small plane, and we had time to talk. One of the things he said to me that day is, it is you, Awolowo boys, and your father, Awolowo, who invented the idea of corruption in Nigeria. What is corruption? In our own culture, when a man becomes the ruler of a village or a city or a country or whatever, all the resources of that entity is his to do with what he pleases. He said, for example, let me give you an example. We all know you, professor, you don't want money. All you want in your life is knowledge, knowledge, knowledge. Okay. But if it is the will of God that you will become a millionaire, Shagari, who is the owner of the resources of Nigeria, can invite you to his house one day and tell the people in charge of money to give you millions to take home. Then you become a millionaire. That is Shagari carrying out the will of God. He owes no explanation to anybody but to God. And if I, Jallo Waziri, if I was present and I saw it happen, and I began to go around saying that Jallo Waziri, I have seen corruption. I was present and I saw it President gave Professor Akintoye millions of naira and so on and so forth. That's corruption. I am committing a sin and God will punish me for that. Because all that Shagari has done is to carry out the will of God. Everything that are designed to destroy a country have been fed into Nigeria, and there is no way out. The poverty of the people is an inevitable consequence. Today, international agencies are saying that Nigeria is one of the poorest countries in the world and is getting poorer and poorer faster than any other country alive. A United Nations country analysis published in 2014 to 15 said that Nigeria has fallen so far down that it is difficult to see how it can pick itself together again. The poverty is egregious and growing. About 80 million, the report said, the Nigerian people, representing about 64% of the population, are living below the poverty line. 2 years later, an international organization, an international agency monitoring extreme poverty in the world came to the conclusion that Nigeria was the home of extreme poverty in the world. The United Nations report says that Nigeria is the poorest in the world today in access to electricity, to pure water, to good roads, to good governance, to good judiciary services, and everything. That all the development indices in Nigeria are operating below below the poverty line. And another international agency monitoring population trends in the world says that Nigeria has one of the fastest growing populations in the world. That very soon, by 2030, Nigeria will have overtaken many countries and will become the fourth largest country in the world. After China, the third largest, I'm not sure. After China, United States, then there will come Nigeria. And what that means is that Nigeria is growing fast while its economic performance is going lower and lower and lower. And so the world is heading towards a disastrous picture in Nigeria. Today, poverty has reached such levels that Nigerians don't have electricity. Look at it. Nigeria sells electricity to Benin Republic. And Benin Republic has regular electricity all the time. Not only that, we are Yoruba and we have Yoruba families here who want us to come and visit their villages, and we drive far, far, far into the bush. Every hut, every village, every hamlet that we see along the road has electricity. You don't hear the sound of generator in Benin Republic. Why? Because the people who are managing the electricity in Benin Republic are educated people, who are capable to do what they are appointed to do. In Nigeria, it is not so. Nigeria is the 8th largest producer of crude oil in the world, but Nigeria has no electricity, no refined oil, because the refineries we established have all ground to death. Our roads, especially in the south, are deteriorating fast and fast and fast. The federal roads in the south, especially in Yoruba land, are no longer roads. Ado-Ekiti and Akure are two state capitals, just about 28 miles apart. There is no road there connecting them anymore. If you go to Ado now by air from Lagos, you cannot, the taxi cab or the car or hired car that will take you from Akure is not going to take you to drive straight the 28 miles to Akure to Ado-Ekiti. It's going to go out on the road to Ilesha until it comes to Igbaraoke. Then it will go right and go up the hills to Ilawe, and from there to Ado-Ekiti. That's a journey of about 78 miles in the place of 28 miles. That's what we are experiencing. And some people are talking of restructuring. I mean, why? The worst of it all is that our own rulers, our own governors have become Fulani rulers. The traditional thing with the Fulani is this, that when they know how to tax people. Lugard wrote in his handing over notes in 1919 that they would tax anybody. They would tax the trader, they would tax the farmer, they would tax even people who wake up in the night to go and hunt for honey in the bush. They would tax people who carry firewood for sale. Then when all the tax has been collected and brought to the emir, he will give his chief official, the Galadima, the Waziri, and so on, their own little shares. Then he will keep the rest. And then they will go and continue to collect more taxes. That's all that the Fulani know about economy. And that's how they're managing the economy of Nigeria today. Seize and grab and hold. That is it. There is no regular economy. And we are now at a point when the Nigerian economy can grind to a halt very soon. But what our governors are doing also is that they will go to Abuja, bring the money from Abuja, maybe deposit it in their wives' account for about 2 or 3 months so that it can yield some interest there, and then do with it whatever they like. Under Chief Awolowo's leadership in the 1950s, there were powerful rules that guarded the touching of public money. Awolowo, our father Awolowo, as premier, could not put his hand upon any money belonging to the Western region. The money, and the department or needs money, they will put up the voucher and it will go to the chief of service and it will go to the accountant general and so on. Even if it is Chief Awolowo's department as premier that needed the money, that was the way to get it. It could not just call up money. Whereas today, our governors can call on money and just do whatever they like with it, give it to their wives and whatever, friends. So they have destroyed our traditional system of governance. What our father Awolowo was doing in the 1950s was to modernize the Yoruba system of governance. The sole purpose of governance in the history and culture of the Yoruba people is to minister to the welfare of the people. But that has been abandoned now. Foreigners come and take over the trade of our land and our governors do nothing about it. I am told that it is easier for anybody who can bribe, no matter where you come from, to acquire a certificate of occupancy to land in Lagos. If you are Yoruba and you apply and you are waiting, you will wait for Godot. You wait for a long time. Now the Fulani are taking over our land and our governors are doing nothing about it. There is one governor in the east of Yoruba land in Ondo State. The governor called Akeredolu. He's different a little. But there is no part of Yoruba land. In fact, in some parts of Yoruba land, if you dare to make an effort to deal with the Fulani who are coming to kill, maim, destroy, and rape and kidnap in your locality, the governor will order your arrest. So that's who we are now today. You can hear all the indices of how not to run the affairs of a country. Now Nigeria is teetering on the edge of collapse and disintegration. And it must be our duty to pray that God will make the disintegration happen quickly and peacefully. Nigeria has become a terrible entity on earth. In the interest of humanity, it needs to disintegrate and disappear so that the various peoples in it can find ways to rule themselves. We Yoruba can rule ourselves. We can go back to the Yoruba tradition of governance. and create a country that is a laughing, loving, illuminated country, peopled by free and happy men and women. We can do it, but we cannot do it in Nigeria. We can only do it in our own country. You have heard how, and in my dream, it says, you have been allowed to go through these experiences in Nigeria so that you may learn a lesson. The lesson how not to run the affairs of a country or how to run a country aground. Nigeria has now been essentially run aground. And we must be prepared when we have our country to ensure that the diseases of Nigeria will not enter our land. I call upon you all to begin to think of ideas that will make it possible for us to run our country the way we have run our lives in history, where government is a servant of the people. The Yoruba government is a servant of its people. I repeat, the Yoruba government is a servant of its people. We must not have a situation in which our young people are pouring out of university and they're roaming the streets, and some of them going to the desert in order to reach Europe and die in the desert and the Mediterranean. We must create a country to which large numbers of our people abroad can come in order to use their expertise and their exposure to help to build a great new country for their people. Thank you for asking me to speak on this topic. I never knew I would be asked to speak upon it. So thank you, Dr. ΟΚԵＢÍỌ. Thank you all.
Yes, sir.
Thank you all who are working for the Yoruba nation. May God grant our efforts with success, crown our efforts with success very soon. And may we have the humility when the country comes to surrender our personalities, our pride and everything to the building of a great country. And not go around the way we are going now. Everybody thinking that he is the Lord and Master in his own right. No. If a country is to succeed, it must be a country of great humility and discipline. I thank you all. God bless you all.
Amen. Amen. Brother Maxwell, are you there? Babas. Hello, Maxwell, are you there? I think he's out, so I will just take his place for now. Thank you very much, Baba. This is wonderful, and thank God for giving you that revelation that you are passing on to us for today, to be able to hear these words and run. At least we in this generation now have seen how things have gone up and have gone down and are still going down. And we're learning on how not to run. So it's unfortunate that most of the people that are in that contraption have only learned experience, the practical experience that they all have is how to run a country to failure, unfortunately. Therefore, the Yoruba people and whosoever wants to start up a country out of Nigeria must train and retrain their people. Because if you're looking for experience, certificate of, what's it called, the CV, curriculum vitae, the resume of those that are practically involved there, from the top right to the bottom, It's all how to run the country to failure, unfortunately. So, like I said, we need to set up as quickly as possible institutes to begin to train our people. Train our people, yeah, on how not to run the country to failure. And only those that pass that training should be allowed to do anything in that country whatsoever. All right. Looking for Honorable Maxwell. Is he back? No, it's not. But Maxwell
it's asking you to unmute. It's asking that you are muting.
Oh, okay. Where is he? You can unmute him, Mommy Janet, if you find him. Okay, he didn't use his name. That's a mistake. I was looking for his own name. I think he used Ilano. Okay. Just a minute. Worldwide. When you use Ilana do a worldwide, I just assume that you are Baba Akíntóyè. Sorry. Sorry about that. You should be there now.
I'm with you now. I'll be calling on you to unmute me.
Sorry, I was looking for Maxwell. I didn't know you were Lana Odua. I mean, anytime I see Lana Odua, I only remember Baba Akíntóyè. Sorry about that. Maybe we'll use Maxwell for today, just so we don't mix you up. Well done, sir. Well done, sir. Yes, okay. Yeah, you can carry on. Baba has concluded the paper.
Okay,
I think this is. I will say this is paper one. We will have, because we cannot have time to ask all the questions today. After Easter, Baba will tell us, after Easter bread and all his children and grandchildren have said hello. What you want to do? Baba ma pada wow. Paper two ni egbala ma bere question gong. Eleya ti le bere question. Ko se ta fe se le ni po. Se ta fe se le. Mommy wa nbe, mommy Janet. Dr. Janet is still there. Yoruba Central Office Mindset Change Program is still there, Lenny. And these are all the things to know about how to run a country. Thank God for all this knowledge. Baba Maxwell, over to you, sir.
All right, thank you very much, sir. We've all listened to Baba, and Baba said something very factual. He said, if you look at all the indices of development, Nigeria has been one again. Number one, is it education? There is the total paralysis of primary and public primary and secondary education in Nigeria. As I speak to you, all the public universities in Nigeria are on strike. You see the infrastructures. There is no road in Yoruba land. There is no road in Yoruba land where you can drive for 5 minutes straight up. Is it out? As we speak, primary health care system is dead in Nigeria. We all go to private hospitals. Name it, everything is dead. So what are we doing in a country? What are we doing in this country other than to pray and work hard to ensure that Nigeria deteriorates and we all have our country that is comprises of people with same ideology, same norms, same ideas, same culture, same beliefs. We thank you for the exhibition of intellectualism. May your days be long and in good health and strength. We thank you, sir. So I would like to invite Dr. Isaac ÒKÈBÍỌ. The organizer of this webinar is Yoruba Diaspora Central Office. So we need to know who they are, their objectives, their agenda, their ideology, their mission, their programs, their activities. So, Dr. ΟＫÈBÍỌ, you have just 2 minutes, please, so that we can invite Baba back to do to round up his, to do the final round of his presentation, and we excuse him. Please, sir. Dr. you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Maxwell. One more time, I greet everyone that is hearing me. God bless you all, and God bless Yoruba race, Yoruba country, Yoruba people all over the world. Well, briefly, the central office, the Yoruba Central Office started with the UK head office, Yoruba UK Central Office, and the aim is to get Yoruba known. That is the ultimate. Get Yoruba known. Get Yoruba out there on the same level platform with other international world countries. That is the ultimate. But how do we do that? We need to have an office whereby we can get Yoruba people together, educate ourselves, de-educate ourselves from mentality of Nigeria. Unfortunately, that's not good for us. And then move on to educating ourselves how to fit into modern development world.
Yeah,
be a world power.
Thank you.
So one of this interview.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm going to come back.
So the central office is a secretariat.
Technical issue crop up now.
Fortunately, there hasn't been any in any of our diaspora countries. So we started with UK last year, and we moved, and all our people in the different diaspora countries imbibed the idea, and by God's grace, they are setting it up. In a long journey, particularly when it is started by a few of us, contributed our own money, resources up to date to get things going. So it's at this point now, we've gotten to the point whereby we are proud of what God has laid down for us, help us to do, to achieve this, and we are calling on all Yoruba in the United Kingdom to now take it up. We have which is registered, properly registered in the United Kingdom as a charity organization. First of all, to coordinate and give, coordinate our people, welfare support, come together and then help the Yoruba race internationally. That is what the office is about. So we have 2 centers, project centers in London, and we're going to be having more outside London. So we've had a meeting in December, first time physically. We're going to have next one on the 11th of June by God's grace. We're calling, like I said, we're calling on all Yoruba people now to make this their home. This is the Secretariat of Yoruba. It belongs to Yoruba, not the person that found it. Only God calls one person to start a thing, but it belongs to the whole people. So we want all Yoruba United Kingdom to take charge of all of this. Baba Fawaimi, he tried to log in. I'm not sure if he's here. Okay. It's not in there. So he's the chairman of the board of trustees. We have Baba Alex Ajala as a member of the board of trustees. We have Honorable Otumba Husseini, the member of trustee, and myself, and as the executive secretary. So it is a formal organization, properly established. We have our own bank account, and all of us make donations. The center we're using at Runford was donated by a Yoruba person. Our center at Camberwell, about to start now, was donated by a member of a Yoruba person. The charity organization and many other facilities that resources that we're using are donated. This is the spirit of Yoruba now coming together, which we have started in the United Kingdom. And the fire is burning in Canada, United States of America, Spain, France, Germany, Netherlands, Malaysia, South Africa, Gambia, and Republic of Ireland. So on all of these places I've mentioned and more, we have already offices, and we're working hard to develop. We know that we need recognition of these nations. And if from the result of the survey we did last year, that only 8% of the world know Yoruba, that is not good enough for us. So we've got to do more work and work faster and harder, such that more people know who Yoruba is. Yeah. They know who Nigeria is, but they need to know the people that are actually producing for Nigeria, the Yoruba people. That is the aim of Yoruba Central Office and every branch we have worldwide. And we're coming up with one project which we explained to you today, which is Yoruba is changing their mindset. We Yoruba people, we are changing our mindset. We just heard now how not to rule the country or how to ground a country to failure. So that's the mindset that every practical experience that we've had. So we now are starting to change our mindset. We'll be delivering that lecture of about 30 minutes, after this program. So that's summary of Yoruba. And every country, you will need to have a center, a Yoruba center, a secretariat for Yoruba. And all the people in that country will contribute and run it. Iṣẹ́ yín ní secretariat, ní community center. Àwọn tá wà ní UK, a máa dáwó ó kéré jù pọ́n 5 lóṣù kan. Àwọn tá wà ní UK láti run office wa ní UK. Àwọn tó Canada, wọ́n á ṣe tiwọn náà. Àwọn America á ṣe tiwọn náà. Àti gbogbo orílẹ̀-èdè bẹ́ẹ̀. So, a dẹ̀ máa ṣe project, wọ́n máa ṣe community work. Tó jẹ́ pé àwọn ọmọ ìlú yẹn wá mọ̀ wá. Èyí tí àwọn ọmọ wá yẹn ayé àtijọ́ nìyẹn. Ní UK yìí wá mọ̀ wá. Because a máa ṣe nǹkan tó jẹ́ pé they will know nǹkan rere ni mo sọ, àwọn nǹkan rere ìgbésẹ̀ rere a máa ṣe. Báwọn yòókù àwọn iṣẹ́ àṣẹ ṣe nìyẹn. Àwọn Jews wọ́n ní a whole city nílùú yìí. Àwọn Chinese wọ́n ní country center, wọ́n ní ìlú tiwọn in the center of London. Tó ń pè ní Chinatown. Wọ́n bá wa ń bí ni now. All other nations, they have center, they have secretariat in their in the countries. So I want to bear any last year bear all of them and we are going forward. So Modamope and Babawa Alex Ajala we will have a lot to say about that. Because history, we have to try to tell it to boss, but nile yo, pẹ̀lú kata anri nile, a fẹ́ tajo, bisajo, a fẹ́ kéré oko délé. So alati bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ èyí tí ẹ ká ṣe ní diaspora. Aláti ṣe ń bí o láti ran gbogbo ìran Yorùbá lọ́wọ́ nǹkan tí ilé iṣẹ́ wà fún ni o kì í ṣe ẹgbẹ́ o kò dẹ̀ ṣe olórí ẹgbẹ́ kì í ṣe umbrella ẹgbẹ́ kankan no it's an office àwọn èèyàn àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ wa wọ́n dẹ̀ mọ̀ lágbára Ọlọ́run a ní about 180 ordinary members àwọn tó máa dìbò láti yan trustees níparí ọdún lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí a ní about 35 workers volunteers tó yẹ pé time wọn owó wọn intellect wọn lọ́wọ́ gbogbo wa pátápátá níwájú àwọn bàbá wa gbogbo tó wà níbí àtàwọn ènìyàn wa tó jẹ́ Yorùbá mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín o all you workers mi lè máa dárúkọ yín tán ní kúrò mí lónìí all your ordinary members mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín ẹ̀yin ní ló jẹ́ kó possible tá a bá dákẹ́ àtẹ̀lé dákẹ́ bá kò possible ni o we have to make sure that we have a center. The center is to bring Yoruba people together. And the bringing of Yoruba people together is to launch us into the front burner, front seat. After jáde kúrò lábẹ́ àhámọ́ lágbára Ọlọ́run àlàyé. Àti ṣe gbogbo everything nípa mindset change yẹn. Àti ṣe àti ní logo, àti ní animation. Oṣù méje la fi ṣe meeting, program development for mindset change. Tẹ́ máa gbọ́ láti ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn èèyàn ní Amẹ́ríkà lénìí 7 months. Laughing planet, program development, serious one. Oṣù méje, and everything is ready now to be delivered. Gbogbo àgbáyé, gbogbo láti mọ̀ pé we have to change our mindset. We have to decide that it is about Yoruba before you think about yourself. That requirement for passion for your Yoruba country, requirement for your support for Yoruba country, Yoruba country, Yoruba race. Kò iná yẹn òjò tó afẹ́kínà ẹ̀ kó jó sí àwọn nǹkan tí center ẹ̀ wà fún nìyẹn. Bàbá wa honorable bàbá Elder Ajala ṣé a lè fún wọn láyè tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ to encourage all of us. He's a member of the board of trustees and of course our father wọ́n run ọ̀sẹ̀ mẹ́wàá tó parí last week giving us lectures on the history of Yoruba and everything. Bàbá Ajala sir, God bless you. Ẹ pẹ́ fún wa sà, Ọlọ́run á dẹ́ mi sí o.
Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀, but kí n tó sọ̀rọ̀, mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ bàbá mi, Professor Banji AKÍNTÓYÈ. I hope he's still there. Inú mi dùn púpọ̀ fún gbogbo nǹkan tó ti ṣe lálẹ́. Wọ́n tún fi yé wa pé Yorùbá ni wá, and we deserve our sovereignty. That's the key point. We are not begging for it. It is time. We are going to call for the dissolution of the amalgam. Torí àwọn facts wà lórí kíní. And that is why I believe what we are doing tonight is also an eye opener. kí àwọn èèyàn lè mọ̀ tọ́ bí ọ̀rọ̀ ṣe jẹ́. Ká sọ fún àwọn tó wà nílé, torí mo wo fídíò kan ṣì ń jó tó ń pariwo pé election náà fẹ́ ṣe. Àní wọ́n ṣe nítorí pé wọn ò tí ì mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ni. K'Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè kó jẹ́ kí gbogbo ẹ̀ kó bọ́ sí rere. Kí àwọn tó wà nílé kán lè mọ nǹkan tí ó wà nílẹ̀. Iná ń jó lórùlé. According to Prof, the country has been run to the ground. And according to me, the country has died a long time, since 1962, when Papa Olo went to prison. And Western region was made a vassal of the federal government. We have not gone out of that imagery. We are pretending to thinking that we are somebody. We are not. That is why we believe gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ní ilé àtoko, everywhere in the world, the Yoruba descendants in the first diaspora in the 300 years ago, and those of us here, not by choice, but by the pressure of the problems we are facing. I myself left Nigeria because of electricity. So Lord, Olódùmarè, mo gbàdúrà pé kó tètè yé wa, kó tó pẹ́ jù, because the Yoruba race should be taken after the falling into the pit. Don't gbẹ́ fún wa. Àní jẹ́ erin tí wọ́n fẹ́ mú jọba tó ń jó lọ níwájú, kò tó wà níwájú ẹ̀. And I again thank the Prof, for I want to say he woke me up a second time. And most of you know I have been on this journey for long. When I saw him strutting on the podium in one of his programs, I said, my God, this is the end of Nigeria. That was my feeling. Lọ́lọ́run Olódùmarè, á rí bẹ́ẹ̀, so that we have a sovereign Yoruba nation. Ẹ ṣé gan fún mi láyè láti sọ̀rọ̀. Thank you.
Ẹ ṣé bàbá, so máa padà sọ́dọ̀ àwọn bàbá wa Brother Maxwell. Mo kàn ní kí n ṣàlàyé fún wa pé ìyípadà ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Àwa ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí change mind wa ń bí o. So àwọn tó iṣẹ́ dẹ̀ ní láti get sí gbogbo Yorùbá pátápátá. Èso ńlá tó ní oúnjẹ nínú, ó wà lábẹ́ bíríkì yìí, kò jáde. Àyè wà fún láti jáde, ṣùgbọ́n kò rí ọ̀nà ń gbà yẹn. So nísìn ó ti wá wá ọ̀nà jáde tó ṣe pé ó ti wá ń yọ ewé. Lọ́wọ́ tó wá yọ ewé tán, ìgbà yẹn ló máa yọ flower. Tó bá yọ flower tán, ló máa yọ èso. Mo ṣe máa ń ṣe nìyẹn. So we have moved out from under the bricks. We have broken the bricks and we are beginning to show our leaves. Ayé wọn mọ̀ wá gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni rere, gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọlọ́gbọ́n. God has given us a lot of people. That is the aim of the Central Office. Office to start with. Secretariat of Yoruba in all countries of the world. That is the aim of the Central Office. And thank God, countries are already waking up. Each country yàtọ̀, à ń kọ́ wọn bó ṣe máa ṣe, bó ṣe máa influence, bó ṣe máa gbé ìgbésẹ̀ jẹ́ pé àwọn ìjọba tó wà ní country yẹn wọ́n á mọ̀ Yorùbá. 8% tọdún tó kọjá yẹn, by sometime this year we are ká ti wọ 50%. Nígbà tá a bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣe gbogbo apáta ní diaspora especially aláti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí gbé ìgbésẹ̀ kán mọ̀ wá sí rere. A máa pe gbogbo àwọn ènìyàn wa tẹ́ pé ìlú yẹn ti dá lọ́wọ́ tán mọ̀. All the nurses, all the doctors, all the engineers, all the and we are there, but they don't know us as Yoruba. They know us as some other name. We are not Nigerians, we are Yoruba. That is the aim of Central Office. And then to let the community relate with us, with our culture and tradition, and make it good. So, àwọn èèyàn wa láti America, àtàwọn náà tá bẹ̀rẹ̀ program yìí, wọ́n máa sọ díẹ̀ lórí ẹ̀ fún wa for about 30 minutes later on. Baba Maxwell, sir, thank you for the time.
All right, thank you very much. We are moving to another section of the program, which is the Yoruba Central Office is deeply concerned about the destruction of the Yoruba value system. we have all been corrupted by the Nigerian situation. And this is affecting the mindset, the thinking, the ideology of our people. And we felt we need to have a value reorientation so that by the time we get to this Yoruba nation that we are aiming at, we won't have a repeat of the Nigerian situation. So as a result of this, the Yoruba Central Office, the Yoruba, I want you to correct me if I'm correct, the Yoruba Nation Central Office.
Yoruba Central Office Diaspora.
Okay, the Yoruba Central Office Diaspora is putting up a program titled Changing Our Mindset. Our mindset toward our mindset towards one another, our mindset towards the institution, our mindset towards the system, the system we want to run, our mindset towards the institution, our mindset towards the rules, our mindset towards another, our allegiance or not allegiance, how cooperative or not cooperative, how loyal or disloyal, how trustful or mistrustful. So the number one leader of our struggle is Professor Banji AKÍNTÓYÈ, and the leadership of Yoruba Diaspora Central Office. We want him to set the ball rolling, to set the agenda of this value reorientation project titled Changing Our Mindset. It is aimed at encouraging the Yoruba people to live the life of Omoluabi, life of honesty, life of sincerity, life of loyalty, life of passion, life of dedication to what we believe in, dedication to conscience. So, Professor Banji AKÍNTÓYÈ, sir, I want to yield the floor to you, sir, to launch. And on behalf of the Yoruba Central Diaspora Office, I want to yield the floor to you, sir, to launch this advocacy project for the benefit of our struggle for liberation and freedom. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Before our Baba come in, I want to play this short clips animation that we produced to explain this program. The title is Yoruba is Changing Their Mindset. You know, I've moved a play so that I got see ani lokan ti gbogbo amawo ẹ ṣé.
Hooray! The Yoruba are changing their mindset. We are for mindset change. We want to cheer ourselves and our target people of the world that Yoruba mindset is finally changing for the better. From downward thinking to upward thinking, from poor to good, from bondage and oppression to freedom, from backwardness to forward progression, from ignorance to knowledge, from primitivity to modernization, from darkness to shining light, from poverty to wealth, and from dying to living. They have had enough. The people are the Yoruba, forced to live in a country since 1914 with other tribes of far different cultures, history, and future, but have now realized and known better that to continue to live in that same country with some of these other tribes is no good for them at all, and not good for their generations to come. They have found wisdom. They are changing their mindset and are getting out of their entrapment in that geographical expression that they have been in to form and freely run their own country, their own heritage, their own land. They are breaking out from under the slabs to growing and being seen by the whole world. Hooray! That is the message, and see, all Yoruba are now beginning to sing the same song. There's much work to be done on the land of our birth, exalted, exalted, for the whole world to see. Blood, truly, they say, is thicker than water. Hi, I trust that you too can make something, anything, that is both expressive and impressive at the same time, such that if anyone sees or hears it, they will run with it, shout it out loud to the whole world and clap for the Yoruba people on this great achievement of the changing of their minds about finally leaving the failed country. Well done, all you blessed Yoruba. All change, please, all change.
Thank you. All change your mindset. All change. We are not Nigerians. Unfortunately, the only experience, except you are born, even if you are born before 1914, the only practical experience of how a country is run is what you have seen in Nigeria. For those of us that have been outside Nigeria for a very long time, can be said that they have stayed too long outside to see that there can be better way to run a country. This is what our Baba is telling us today, how not to run a country. You need a mindset change to be able to imbibe and practicalize what you have learned from him today. And that is taken up. So the whole package for today is about preparing us as Yoruba people. You will hear from our mother, Dr. Janet FASHAKIN, on critical thinking, deep analysis on what we need to do to have a mindset change. So all the program today is about calling us to the real truth, the real table, coming down to now to the technical ground, not just assuming things that will happen, not just thinking things will just happen. Yes, mistakes have been made in the past, but we cannot carry on making the mistakes. Every race is their responsibility to make sure that they embrace their race, train their race, and develop themselves. The Fulani people are doing what they are best at doing. The Igbo people are doing what they are best at doing. Yoruba people were educated. We come here, we had the first television and all these stories. We don't want to be the one that will be at the back of the bench anymore. Not this generation will allow that. You know, Baba was emotional when he was talking about this thing, grabbing our own land. No. We cannot allow that to happen. And I'm not sure anybody, the people that want to attack us, they're waiting to see whether we'll defend ourselves. So we must defend ourselves. We must have properly set up offices in all the countries of the world. United Nations says they are not a state. They cannot make any country a state. They will only recognize us as a state if other countries recognize us as a state. So which country will recognize us as a state when they don't even know that we exist there? So the first is to come out there en masse in every country, come work together. That is the only way that we maintain and keep our race. Yoruba wa baba fi ko ma dagba si, ko ma ku, alati je kawon yan ko mo wa ni rere. Ba la se ma pade, I need office. Mindset change is the program for all Yoruba, home and abroad, everywhere. All our offices in all the diaspora will start the program. It's all about information. So all the ways that we can do that. So we're encouraging you, we're employing you, I'm paying you lórúkọ Ọlọ́run. Ni jẹ́ kí ìran wa kó parun. Ni jẹ́ kí Yorùbá kó parun. Lójú àwọn bàbá wa, lójú àwa náà, àti lójú àwọn ọmọ wa. We have to work hard. We have to change what has been done. It's a big mistake that was made, but that mistake can be corrected. Can be corrected. Àwọn tó wà nílé wọn láti ṣiṣẹ́. Àwọn tá a wà ní diaspora, iṣẹ́ pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ wa gangan. Àwa gan-an ń wò jù. So ẹ jẹ́ ká kóra wa jọ pọ̀. Yóò dára fún wa o. Shall be well with all Yoruba people. God bless Yoruba race. God bless Yoruba nation. God bless our fathers. So I'm going to call our people. I want you to worry about question after Easter. You know, because around members of parliament to fair wash, but time is short. You know, at difficult. So so my members were honorable family were out of just share for the past 7-8 months. That's a cool job. I want to tell you, you know, everything. So I said, this stage you just pay AKÍNTÓYè UK. Ko ṣe kini o, ko bẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn Yorùbá tá wà níbí, ká máa dá at least £5. Fún márùn kò tó wo McDonald. Lóṣù kan fún ọ́fíìsì Yorùbá. Má ṣe ń ṣe nìyẹn o. Orílẹ̀-èdè gbogbo àwọn èèyàn wọn ló ń produce owó. So àwọn iṣẹ́ àwọn yẹn, àwọn fúnra ló ń contribute. Àwọn Jews, àwọn fúnra ló ń contribute. Àwọn Chinese, àwọn fúnra ló ń contribute. So tó bá rí Chinese kan ní o lè mess one around as much. A fẹ́ kí Yorùbá kó dé level yẹn. Màá pe Dr. Ayọ̀ Ọ̀ṣínúbí àti you know, where are you? I could see you there. Are you there? Let me try and unmute you. Yes, can you unmute, please? Unmute, please.
1 minute. Hello, sir. Can you hear us?
Yes, yes. Can we make it very brief? Because we are still having a very critical one that will really have come along, know what is going on, because real serious scientific analysis, Dr. Mohammed, Dr. Barrister Jenny wants to do, or ofin at science, my one way. You know, so we want to see quickly what we have done, you know, briefly on mindset change, so that it can key in to the lecture that we have received from Baba AKÍNTÓYÈ on how not to rule. So we have to know how not to do it and know how to do it. So we want to see how do we change from how not to how to. Thank you.
I would like to share screen.
Just a minute, then I'll make you. Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Ofemi, and I'll be here talking with another meeting member. We're going to be presenting mindset change. Professor AKÍNTÓYÈ has said a lot about what I'm going to be talking about, so this is going to be a fast one. So the big question is, what is a mindset? So we're going to look at it this way. As a mindset can be defined as a way of thinking. So on the slide there, you see a lens. Our mindset can also be thought of as a lens of how we look at things and how we see things, how we perceive things. And there are many ways which you can think of mindset. It's a continuum, and there are many types of mindset too. There's a growth mindset, which was done by Dweck, of which there's fixed and growth. There's a fixed mindset, and there's a growth mindset. And we want to be on the growth mindset because the growth mindset believes that talent and abilities can be developed over time through effort and persistence. There's a positive mindset, and there's the other side. And the positive mindset believes in the cup being half full instead of half empty. There's entrepreneurial mindset. There's an abundance mindset in which we can think that there's enough for everyone. There's a challenge mindset, which doesn't say the word impossible. It puts an apostrophe between the I and the M and says, I am possible. And there's a mindful mindset. This mindset is a mindset of someone that is open, is aware, and is accepting. So we all need to be in these different frames of mindsets. So I'll quickly run through the definition. Our mindset, again, is how we make sense of the world around us and how we make sense of ourselves. Our attitude is how we feel about something. Our mindset shapes our attitude, and our attitude reinforces our mindset. When we have ideas and our ideas feel certain, it becomes a belief. It's very important for us to examine what our beliefs are based on. Our beliefs shape our attitude. Our attitude also shapes our beliefs. Therefore, we can say our mindset is the expression of a belief that we embrace. Now, what is the belief? The building blocks of beliefs are ideas. Ideas. Our beliefs shape our mindsets. And so we're going to change. What is change? The dictionary defines it as one, to make something or someone different, to alter or modify. The second definition, which is similar, is to replace something with something else, especially something that is newer or better. So the question is, what triggers a change? A change is usually triggered by discontent of a current situation. So we're going to go into a little bit into our past. The early Yoruba society. In the early Yoruba society, the people of Yoruba speaking origins, we had a sense of identity. We had our own form of government. We had our culture. We had our values. All of this together helped us to thrive as a community. And then because we were thriving, we started having interactions with foreigners, even to influencing the change of name of Èkó to Lagos. Lagos is the name that we got from the Portuguese. There's also a place that is Lagos in Portugal. Early Yoruba society, we had a very rich system of government. It had its pros and cons. We had the Obas and we had the Basharans. We were like the control of that. We had our own robust defense system. We had a robust economy. We had our hearts, a lot of which are museums all over the world, and our spirituality. So we move into the amalgamation, which Baba Jala spoke a lot about the last meeting we had. But there's an important point I want to bring up here. On the 3rd of July in 1888, we signed the bilateral trade agreement. The Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́, Adéyẹmí, as a representative of Yoruba land, as the head of Yoruba people of 4 corners, it's the Ẹ̀gbá, the Kétu, Jebu, and Ọ̀yọ́. And he signed this agreement with the Queen of Great Britain and Ireland then. And events from that time accelerated towards being amalgamated by Lord Lugard in 1914, as we all know, and Baba Jala spoke extensively. So let's go back and watch that video. And at this time in the agreement that they wrote, Èkó was referred to as Lagos. So we already had a lot of foreign influence in our nation. And most importantly, we had Yoruba land. We were called Yoruba land. There was no Nigeria there, Yoruba land. That's where Yoruba land was written, and there's a treaty there identifying us as a group of people with 4 corners, Ẹ̀gbá, Kétu, Jebu, and Ọ̀yọ́. Now we're going to Yoruba today. So from the amalgamation, a lot of things have happened, but there's something we are sure of, and all of you here today, I'm sure you're sure of it. Our sense of identity, our quality of life, our culture, our values have been on the steady decline. In fact, they are plummeting at a rapid pace now, and we are rapidly approaching the rock bottom. Our people are being killed in record numbers on a daily basis. There is poverty in the land. Professor AKÍNTÓYÈ mentioned quite a bit about that, so I won't go into that. We, as a people, we've lost our sense of values, where we now promote wealth. We don't want to know the source of wealth over values like integrity, honesty, hard work. Right now, there's confusion in the land. There's a lot of anxiety, and there's a lot of sadness about what the future holds for over 70 million Yoruba people living in current day Nigeria. And for those of us in diaspora too, because it affects us. Our anger has been triggered. It has been triggered by the denial of our rights, by the injustices we face on a daily basis, and the massive exploitation of all people of Yoruba-speaking origin. We are angry. We are angry that our survival as a people is under existential threat. But our anger is good. Our anger is to promote our survival. Our anger is controlled. Our anger is focused. Our anger is optimistic. And importantly, our anger gives us energy. And what does it give us energy to do? It gives us energy to change things. So we will be introducing the Yoruba Mindset Change Program. As we heard in the clip that Dr. ՕKÈBÍỌ played earlier, we the people of Yoruba, we are changing our mindsets. And I want to also focus on the logo of the Mindset Change Program. Let's focus on the one on the left. If we see there's a seed, and the seed is a viable seed because the seed has germinated. And we all know from science, there are conditions for a seed to germinate. It needs sunlight, it needs water, it needs air, and it needs nutrients. Now, what are the things that stunted the growth of this viable seed? It's what we are examining in our Mindset Change Program. We are putting everything on the table. What has changed this seed from flourishing? What is stopping this seed from being a thriving plant? And so we are examining everything because we believe that we are viable seeds, and under the right conditions, we can grow. At this present times, we are like a light that has been placed under a bushel, and we're saying no more.
Honorable Ayo, right
Yes?
of way.
Okay.
Baba wants to leave because it's getting late for him.
All right, sir.
Can we just pause you a minute there? Baba has one or two things to say to us and some good news for us that we will have him again after Easter. So, Honorable Ayo, don't go away. Let us give Baba the chance. If you remove the screen where you are, you can come back from that point on. Once, just 5 minutes for Baba AKÍNTÓYÈ. I want that, sir. Could I can unmute? Unmute, sir. Can unmute, sir. Baba, unmute, sir. Yes.
Okay, yeah. Is it okay now if I say the few words that I need to say?
Benny, sir, we can hear you, sir.
All right. Okay, go once and for all. I need to go to bed now, and I don't want to go, but I have to go because I love you. I don't want to go. But important thing, I see what is happening here as speaking to the future of our new Yoruba country. I lived in America, and I know how the Chinese propagated themselves. Exactly what is happening here is what they use. And we must take it to the point at which we are not only teaching our people things, we are also bringing our culture in commercial ways to all parts of the world. The Chinese opened a shop, and it is in every corner, and every nook and corner of America. There you can buy Chinese types of food, Chinese types of decoration, Chinese whatever, and so on. And it is very popular. I just want you to know that I'm so enthusiastic about what you are doing here that I think that the time will come, by the grace of God, when we have our country, our government must invest in a thing like this in every country in the world in order to sell our nation. It's a local thing. Every nation, every country, the diaspora in each country will establish their own and fund it. This is not part of the general funding of the Yoruba National Fund. That is a big and different thing, and they are putting it together methodically. But this one is the people, the Yoruba diaspora in the United Kingdom will support their office with a little monthly due of, I'm told, just £5. I think that is something we can do, something we should do, and something that I urge you all to do in the United Kingdom. God bless you all. God bless the Yoruba nation. God bless this effort. And God bless the minds that are behind it. I repeat, please support this, your first diaspora's office, central office in the United Kingdom. And when it goes to other countries, we will go to those other countries and ask the people, support your own central office. God bless you all. I love you all. Thank you.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
night.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Baba. It is well. What we have planted today shall germinate, shall grow, and you too will reap fruit from it as the Lord God lives. In Jesus' name. We all in Yoruba land, even before now, ourselves, we do more than this. All the staff, about 35 to 40 of us staff, working volunteers. You know, we raise funds more than this. This is just for all the Yoruba people in UK, minimum of £5 just to support the office. They call, what they call is called core funding. Things like rent, rates, charges, transportation, petty cash, and all that stuff, you know, for setting up the project centers. When at the project centers, Yoruba people come for support, for advice, for counseling, we take care of them. That's what this fund is for. And this flyer are all out already. There's a second page that has the detail. And we have a 5-man committee, what's it called, funds management team. Baba, Dr. Fawayemi, like I said, is the chairman of that management team for this particular fund only. Baba, Otumba Ashim is also on the management team for this fund. Myself, I'm there. We have a treasurer. We have an auditor, an external accountant. We have a compliance officer, and we have the solicitor. So to form the management team for this fund, so that you know, every penny will be accounted for, and anybody can find out what the balance is. As at now, nothing has been taken out to make sure that that fund is managed properly. So it's for UK, and Spain will have their own, France will have their own, Germany will have their own, America, Canada, and so forth will have their own. So this is for all to sensitize and to run your central office, your secretariat in your country, so that when your secretariat people are running there, the government of that country will know you, the communities in that country will know Yoruba, you know, and the more they know us, the better it will be for them to recognize us as a nation. That is the thinking. So, Baba, if you are still there, thank you very much. And for today, I'm sure yes. So, thank you, sir. Honorable, yes, you can carry on, please, quickly, so that we can take some questions. And we have to hear the status of our situation at Ekiti and Osun. We also want to know the status of our the situation with 5 million signatures. So both our leaders, Dr. Oni and Sister Buki, are with us to give us updates. And we need these updates to carry on. And then Baba has said that he will come back after Easter. So please, this is part 1. We will expect part 2. God bless you. Carry on, Honorable Femi Oshinobi. Meanwhile, Honorable Femi Oshinobi is the leader of the Yoruba Central Office in America. She is the Executive Council Chief Officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Professor AKÍNTÓYÈ, for coming. I know it's late at your end, so thank you for coming and honoring us today. So we're introducing Mindset Change Program, as I said. And the reasons why we need to introduce this Mindset Change Program is that we need to learn how to make this viable seed of ours thrive. So we're going to the next slide. Where did we go wrong as a people? We've heard a lot from Baba Jala, from lots of books, and Professor AKÍNTÓYÈ has also mentioned quite a lot of everything. So the fact is, if we do the same thing as we have done in the past decades, where we are now in Nigeria, if we continue to do things like that over and over, and we expect a different results, we all know what that is called. So we need to change our thinking. We need to change our ideas. We need to change our beliefs In other words, we need to change our mindsets. And yeah, there are a lot of things we need to change our mindset on. Most importantly, we need to change our mindset on our identity. Who are we as Yoruba speaking people? So there are two major stages of mindset in this program. The first stage is unaware, asleep, not conscious. And the second stage is aware, awake, or we use the word woke now, and conscious. And these stages, they have a weight, they have a sense of measure. The sense of measure is the truth. When you bring the truth to either of these two stages, does it mind being questioned? If it does, then we need to re-examine. The unaware, asleep, or not conscious stage is also influenced by good moral values or no moral values because of the degradation of our sense of values in our community as of today. Of course, the person that has good moral values is preferred to the person that doesn't have good moral values. However, both can be equally dangerous when they are both asleep. And this picture there says it. The forest was shrinking, but the trees kept voting for the axe. For the axe was clever and convinced the trees that because his handle was made of wood, it was one of them. I guess that says that all. So the person that is aware, awake, is conscious, usually they have a growth mindset, or will prefer that the person has a growth mindset. And the growth mindset is when you're awake, you're awake. But like when we're waking up from sleep, sometimes some people wake up and they're at large instantly. So some people need to go through stages of they're lethargic, they need to drink a coffee to get themselves together. So this is also similar in the mindset change program. So the 4 phases, for the fact that you've moved up to one phase doesn't mean that you stay there. You have to constantly work on yourself, otherwise you go back to the other stage. So I want to mention that. And these are the 4 stages. The person, you can be awake and apathetic, or awake and lethargic. It can be awake and resist or resistant. It can be awake and organized. It can be awake and liberating. Awake and lethargic or apathetic. This person is usually nonchalant. Sometimes the person is scared. They wake up like, oh gosh, this is happening. I can't believe it. And sometimes it's fear. Sometimes they're not really bothered. It doesn't affect me personally, so I'm not going to interfere. And these people, one of the stuff I put up there said that the path to the Holocaust, the Auschwitz, was paved with indifference. So yeah, it's a very dangerous stage. They were apathetic. Also, here, the limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress. As long as the people they are oppressing are okay with it, the tyrants have a free lunch. And here, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. So awake and resistance, at this stage, the people are really upset, they're hungry. And anger is a good emotion, but it needs to be channeled. In their anger, they are in the fighting mode. They are perceived to be rude, belligerent, disruptive. And the example I can think of now is the Moses, when he was upset that the Israelites were being maltreated and he killed one of the Egyptians. So that is usually the stage of the person that is awake and is resistant. Then it moves on to awake and organized, which is where we are now, everybody on this forum. We are coming together and say, what can we do to change what is happening? We're getting more focused. And awake and liberating, this is where Professor AKÍNTÓYÈ is and all our elders, they are beacons of light. They have seen the promised land and they want us to see it. And they're not saying they've seen the promised land, they want us all to get there. Nobody will be left behind. So how does mindset change help us? It's like we need to learn from history. What has history taught us? And how can we make a change from what has happened so far? And I would say this. It says, I have traveled across the length and breadth of Africa, and I have not seen one person who is a beggar, who is a thief. Such wealth I have seen in this country, such high moral values, people of such caliber. And I want to stop there. And this is, we're describing Yoruba people. Can we say we are there? This is where somebody saw Africans and had the description of Africans, that there was no one beggar, there was not a thief. Of course, the person is in dispute, but it just paints a picture of how Africa was, that we have such wealth and we have such high moral values. We have such high caliber. And our backbones, our spiritual heritage, our cultural heritage, we need to go back and revisit that. Our mindset change will help us to reverse and repair the damage to our self-esteem, our native culture, and our moral values. And this picture says it all. And at this point, I will hand over to the person who is taking the next couple of slides, Honorable Femi Oshinobi. He's also working with us in the USA as our, he's one of our officials in the US, and he'll be, and also one of the people on the team. We are working with a team of over 8 minds that worked on this project. So I want to acknowledge that. And I'll be handing over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hayo. And I want to say thank you to everybody. Dr. ՕKÈBÍỌ, thank you for your mentorship. So folks, as Dr. Hayo said, we worked on the mindset change program for 7 months. So this is a culmination of the work we did for 7 months. And during those months, we identified 39 areas where we thought Yoruba as a people should change our mindset. What we've done in today's presentation is to summarize those 39 areas into 3 bullet points that we'll share with this group, in this meeting today. Now, I want to start with a popular quote that the biggest weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. Now, once the oppressed begin to work on their mind, freedom is around the corner. To buttress that point, I want to tell a little story that came up over and over again during the course of our 7-month work on mindset change. It is the story of the Jews. Once upon a time, the Jews used to be an oppressed, set of people, marginalized. What did they do? They invested a lot in organizing themselves, in knowledge, in things that made the glory of the Jews shine to the entire world. Now, years later today, where are the Jews? In the United States of America, if you go to many of the very successful organizations, many of the very popular schools, many of the popular institutions here, you'll see the Jews doing excellent things. How did they get there? So I think with that story and context, I want to go into the areas where we've identified as key areas for mindset change for us Yoruba people. Number 1 is our identity. Now, Pastor ՕKÈBÍỌ said this earlier, that only 8% of the world know Yoruba. This is a research-driven figure. There was a research carried out to even ask people, do you know who the Yoruba people are? And there was all sort of interesting responses. From that, we gathered the data and saw that only 8% of the world know Yoruba. Now, that's an interesting figure, considering our talent, the talent, our God-given talent, our capabilities, our industrious nature. I think that is something that we want to change. Because to Dr. ɁKÈBÍỌ's point earlier, if people do not know us, how do they want to recognize us and give us what we're asking from the Committee of Nations? So we want to change that. Now, let me talk a little bit about our identity. Our identity has been on the decline since the amalgamation with Nigeria. The more, over years, time and time again, we just see that identity declining. When I was growing up in Nigeria, there were things about hard work. When I was young, we would sing songs like Iṣẹ́ lóògùn ìṣẹ́, múra sí iṣẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ mi, iṣẹ́ la fi ń dẹni gíga, bí a kò bá rẹ́ni fẹ̀yìntì, àrẹ́ni gbẹ́kẹ̀lé, bí a kò bá rẹ́ni gbẹ́kẹ̀lé, àtẹramọ́ṣẹ́ ẹni, ìyá rẹ́ni. We will go on and on, imbibing the culture of hard work in us, that there was no shortcut to success. It is hard work. It is believing yourself. That is what we grew up to learn when we were growing up in Nigeria. In today's Nigeria, even amongst our people, you will see people celebrating ill-gotten wealth that has no basis, no source, no story around it, no story of hard work of any kind, any type. Now, talk about decadence. Our people have gone, we've gone from a home, from people who, during the days of Western region, Baba Awolowo and, Professor AKÍNTÓYÈ and all our fathers, our mothers, our brothers, sisters then did excellent work to the admiration of the world. People all over the world were applauding the innovation in the days of Western region then. We've gone from that set of people in Western region of those days to a people where today Yoruba in Southwest Nigeria are struggling to get 2 square meals a day. Our people now ration meals 010, 100, 001, all sorts. Now, how do we expect innovation to come from people who are just thinking about meal, or even how to remain safe and not be attacked and killed? But I think the good news is help is on the way. Now, in the past, when I saw any Yoruba, and that is why we are in this gathering today, doing all the great things that the Central Office is doing, and Watiko. Now, the next step is to spread the message to the rest of the world, wherever we are, and tell people that it is time for Yoruba people to take our rightful place in the Committee of Races and Committee of People all over the world. So, second thing I want to talk about as area where we want to change our mindset is excellence as a way of life. Excellence as a way of life. To buttress this point, I want to talk about how the Jews invested in knowledge and became so powerful. So if we call a meeting of the Jews today, like gathering of the Jews, and we get on a meeting like this, and we say, okay, maybe Baba AKÍNTÓYÈ says, okay, mommy, we need Yoruba banks all over the world. You will hear the Jews or anything at all, be it innovation in technology. What you'll find out when you call Jews together, a gathering of like 100 people, is that there will be one person that owns a company who is doing driverless cars. There will be one person that owns a big internet company and is mentoring the next generation of Jews on how to run those internet companies. they've so organized themselves. If you see a Jew come to, say, United States for the first day today, the first place they will go is their synagogue, where they will show them the way. This is how to do this, this is how to do that, this is how to do this, this is how to do that. They have so much organized themselves, and they have imbibed that spirit of excellence as a way of life in all ramifications, be it academics, anything, name it. So I think when we also begin to look like there are some areas that we identified under excellence as a way of life, continuous learning. You know, there's this, there will be talk about, sometimes we Yoruba, we say, honestly, amongst the Jews, the way I've seen it is not like that. In the cafe, organize our Jew and get more powerful. So I want those kind of attitude, approach to pursuit of excellence are the things that we need to start not just imbibing as Yoruba people, but also spreading those messages to our people all over the world. And when you're difficult there, and we have some plans around how we will tailor messages for different categories of Yoruba around the world. Now, the third area to identify is quality leadership and management. So in these areas, we've been very, very lucky because God has blessed us with people like Baba AKÍNTÓYÈ, Baba Fawemi, all our fathers, Baba Ajala, all our fathers, Dr. ՕKÈBÍỌ, all our fathers, our mothers, our brothers and sisters that have shown us example. They've become beacon of light to the Yoruba race. So they've done so much work that we can leverage as a people. There's a popular quote that says, I see so far because I stand on the shoulders of giants. These people are our giants. They've done so much work, and we can stand on their shoulders and project the Yoruba people to glory within a few years. And honestly, I mean it's within a few years. So when we talk about quality leadership as well, we want to talk about how do people even select or elect leaders? So just for a moment, let's imagine a world where Yoruba people are being governed by somebody who loves Yoruba people as much as Professor AKÍNTÓYÈ does. Let's just think about that. Let's start think for a minute. Because here is Baba that has done so much, sometimes at the risk of he said a lot. I've seen some of his videos, as risk to his life, sometimes risk to career and things like that, but he just keeps going on. And that is an example for us all. So that when we get to a point where we need to elect leaders, and I know that will come, we look for leaders who exemplify those great qualities. Now, the other thing I wanted to say in terms of leadership is also for us on this call, we are the champions. We are the champions. We are the champions that will become that beacon of hope to Yoruba people all over the world, wherever we may be. So let's get ready. Baba AKÍNTÓYÈ, all our Baba, our Mama, our they've done a lot. We've seen, we just need to take it from there, continue to learn and work with them, and spread this message all over the world, so that as we change our mindset in these areas, on our core identity, on excellence as a way of life, on quality leadership and management, we will get ready to let the glory of Yoruba people shine to all the world. And I'm confident that as we do this, honestly, we don't need to fight any war before we get what belongs to us. The only war we need to fight is in our mind, is an intellectual war. When we were growing up, there were so many things in Mama Ogbon ju agbára lọ. We are Yorubas. we are Yoruba people. We are Yoruba people, and Ogbon ju agbára lọ lóòótọ́. So Bashi organize Arawa, just like the Jew have become a force to reckon with all over the world. When we get to that point, which I strongly believe we will, with all the foundational work that has been done, when we get to that point, the countries that matter in the whole world will come and negotiate with us. And in that process, we will get what we want. And I'm sure that we are very close. Day after day, I'm getting convinced more and more that we are almost there. So with that, video about skip here for now in the interest of time. With that, I think we want to say Iṣẹ́ ti yá ọmọ Yorùbá, wherever we are around the world. This is the call to action. With the launch of the Mindset Change Program, Iṣẹ́ di ọwọ́ gbogbo wa. These are the areas, some of the areas that he identified. Our project that fẹ́ ṣe. So we wrote a white paper on this, on mindset change, where we elaborated a lot, but all of that we try to summarize here. Now, the call to action from Gbogbowa on the call is, please, with the launch of the Mindset Change Program, share logo and the message with people in your area, nílé lóko, anywhere, tebawa around the world. Ipe Yoruba, ọ̀kan ni wá, ẹ jẹ́ ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ronú innovation. Báwo la ṣe làwa náà ṣe máa wà ní leading places in terms of frontier of knowledge, in terms of pé, okay, a ní company ńlá tó ń innovate technologically. Tẹ́ bá wà àwọn Jew tó bá ní company, tẹ́ bá dé àwọn company yẹn, tẹ́ bá rá àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ fún wọn, ẹ bá ọmọ Yorùbá ń bẹ̀ tó ń ṣe bẹ́bẹ́. Kí ló wá dé tí àwa ò lè jẹ́ ẹni tó ń ràn àwọn company yẹn? Tá bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe gbogbo yẹn, the whole world will know us. Tá dẹ̀ tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí organize ara wa ní àwọn ìlú tàwa tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí mọ̀ wá. Tó bá yá láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà wá pè wá ní kí ẹ̀yin Yorùbá kí ni ẹ fẹ́, because wọ́n ti pa náà ti di force to reckon with. So ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ share logo, ẹ share message. Now, global media outreach, nílé lóko, níbi tá bá wà. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, gbogbo àwọn ẹni tẹ́ bá lè share message pẹ̀lú nílé ni ní diaspora ni. Ipe ẹ ṣáà jẹ́, every change starts from the mind. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wá máa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé a ti get nǹkan tá fẹ́. Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa ṣe bí the beacon of hope, the glory of the Black race. And with that, in no time, the whole world mariwa as the glory of the Black race. So ẹ share message on internet, then teachings and projects. Ní gbogbo àwọn diaspora offices wa, àwọn project tá bá lè ṣe, àwọn nǹkan tá bá lè sọ through word of mouth, ká pa àwọn èèyàn jọ ká sọ fún wọn. Ipe àwọn kan ti ṣerú àwọn nǹkan tá fẹ́ ṣe yìí, bọ́dẹ̀ ṣe lélẹ́yìí o, but it become powerful all over the world. Ilé ẹ jẹ́ ká máa organize ara wa, ká máa support ara wa lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Through WhatsApp groups, songs, writing, everything we can do. Now, in the fourth point here, ni pé, how do we even tailor our messages? By outreach, how do we tailor our messages for our audience? Now, ìgbà tá ń sọ̀rọ̀ ní tá ń ṣiṣẹ́ lórí Mindset Change Program, tá ń kọ white paper wa, I identify pé I need láti tailor message tá máa fún ọmọ ọdún márùn-ún, kọ́ la máa fún ọmọ 40 years or 50 years, because their preferences differ. The ọmọ ọdún márùn-ún is still in the formative stage. Ṣé cartoon la fẹ́ ṣe fún àwọn yẹn tá bá máa ṣe fídíò? Àbí ṣórin la fẹ́ fi kọ́ wọn láwọn nǹkan tá máa kọ́ wọn ní irú orin tí mo kọ́ earlier táwa kọ́ ìgbà tá ń dàgbà. So occupation náà, àwọn èèyàn wa nílé, ìyá ọlọ́jà, báwo la máa approach wọn, báwo la ṣe máa approach teacher, báwo la máa approach lawyer, and all that, educational levels, gbogbo yẹn ni ká factor in. Then ethnic groups, báwo la ṣe máa message Mindset Change Program wa, tá máa sọ fún bàbá ẹ̀gbá, ìyá ẹ̀gbá, lédè wọn, tá máa frame in a way tí kò ní share anybody, tó máa jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn wá rí pé nǹkan táwọn ẹni yìí sọ òótọ́ máa dẹ̀ ni o, ẹ jẹ́ ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí embrace it. Then male, female, ọkùnrin, obìnrin, báwo la máa tell your messages wa. So that is the call to action for us, our people. With this, I want to say thank you, and I want to say very excited about the launch of the Mindset Change Program today, and looking forward to working together to make the glory of the Yoruba race shine to the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ayo, Honorable Oshinobi. Apparently, that's a family. That's the man with the woman, their husband and wife, doing very great work for Yoruba people. Like you said, we've been on this for a while. There's a lot to. That's just summary. We've done a lot of analysis in terms of demographics, in terms of culture, in terms of religion. How do you communicate to Christian? How do you communicate to Muslims? How do you communicate to Nisheche? Ages, I break our ages down from 5 to 8, from 8 to working class, elderly people. How do you approach them? Country to country, different languages. Analysis on what to do to these people. So the program is ready. The training will start. We'll be calling training. Teach your people. Let us tell them. The mindset of assuming mindset up to 60, 70, one in law school, PSC, 75. You may not understand why, but 1 point you can give at 76 can change the whole world. One direction. One direction. That's why you see some of our fathers are leaders, they are still into this. They are over 70. Baba Alex Ajala is over 70. Baba Bashegun is over 70. 1 point they will still give can change the whole life. Boy, me at 45, that is not the kind of mindset that we want to carry forward. Mindset I want to say mindset I want to we want mindset I want to jadi. I want to work to advance. You have to be advanced to be able to carry people to be advanced. Anyway, we'll be getting more of this in the coming weeks. Discuss and then Baba Bashegun, the leader of Ilana Oòduà. But Baba Maxwell ADÉLÄ, I'm going to go back to him. Àwọn ló máa ṣe àwọn kọmọ máa ṣàlàyé fún wa. Bàbá sọ fún wa ní dánilójú pé wọ́n máa padà wá. So àdúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn. Tó bá di after Easter, 2 weeks time, màá béèrè lọ́wọ́ wọn. Tó bá wà available 14 days time, wọ́n á wà ń bí. There's nothing on Sunday, on Easter Sunday. It's either 14 days time or 21 days time. Wọ́n máa wà ń bí. Mọ́mí wa náà, Honorable Barrister Dr. FASHAKIN, torí pé wọ́n tún ní àwọn engagement kan, wọ́n ti plan wípé wọ́n máa earlier. Ṣùgbọ́n àdúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé bí ó ṣe lọ lélẹ̀, we need to have to really grind these things home. So wọ́n máa wá again pẹ̀lú àwọn bàbá. So when 14 days time or 3 weeks time, whichever one it is, go ahead. Go ahead. He will be back. Maxwell ADÉLÄ, he will be back. Just as you have this said, this will be part 1 of the whole lecture, then part 2. Ìmọ̀ aláti kún fún ìmọ̀, òun la fi change mindset. Pàṣíbọ́lé ni. Ó máa affect wa nínú ilé wa, ó máa affect wa níbi iṣẹ́ wa, ó máa affect ayé wa fún ara wa, ó máa affect Yorùbá, ó máa affect orílẹ̀-èdè wa. Mind wa láti change kúrò ní òkú kókó dára yìí. Kúrò lẹ́yìn tó wà lẹ́yìn tó wà níwájú. Ní ṣe máa ṣe ń ṣe ní 1910, 1920, 1930, not even 1960 or 1970. Everybody do in 2022 we're in the 21st century, so you have to move forward. Thank you very much. Baba Maxwell, are you there, sir? Hello. Maxwell ADÉLÄ. Okay, if you're not there, you can call Baba Dr. Olúṣọlá òní wọ́n máa fún wa ní update nípa ohun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Èkìtì àti Ọ̀ṣun. A mọ̀ pé wọ́n ti gbé ìgbésẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ about so many times lórí social media. So opportunity wà fún wọn for about 10-15 minutes. Kọ́ fún wa ní update. Tá bá dẹ̀ ní ìbéèrè, a fẹ́ béèrè lọ́wọ́ wọn. Ẹjọ́ jẹ́ ká àwọn tá a lọ sókè a máa pè wá tá bá parí ohun gbogbo. So àwọn àdé máa dá wa lóhùn ìbéèrè wa one by one. Baba Bashegun, sir, nice to have you with us. God bless you. On mute, sir.
Hello. Thank you very much indeed. If you permit me, I'm going to start by making some comments on the mindset change. Because there were a lot of references to the Jews. And as everything was going on, I kept writing. And one of the things that I wrote down was this: why are the Jews successful? Why? And I put down two reasons. The first one is that the Jews know their origin. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that they know the greatness of their forefathers. Those are the two reasons that the Jews are successful. And because of that, I'm going to now, although I'm asked to talk about something else, I want to talk about this mindset change as well, since you've given me this opportunity of 5 minutes or whatever. So the first question is this: what is the origin of the Yorubas? We do know our origin. I know people call it myths, and because a lot of other civilizations had mixed with us since 1914, the myth of our origin has been forgotten. And I tell you, we Yorubas have been occupying the land we are in now from time immemorial. What happened in the beginning was that there was the sky. Those of us who had the fortune of growing in the village, you hear these sort of stories that your grandparents told you, that at the beginning there was the sky and there was water below, Ọ̀run àti Òkun, omi. Ọbàtálá then came from heaven to the earth, to the water, with soil from the sky and spread it. That was how the earth was formed. That's how the earth was created. And there's actually archaeological support for this myth. So the myth of the Yoruba, so all these people who've been telling us we came from the east, we are the children of Lamurudu, and they're talking rubbish. Our own forefathers have always been in Yoruba land from time immemorial. And we have archaeological proof. And the Yorubas were the first human beings to transition from hunter-gatherers to farming. Àwa kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ farming, from where it then spread. Again, there's archaeological support for this sort of thing. The transition from farming required man to develop the means of transforming the chemistry of metal. Our forefathers did that because they couldn't make, you cannot make the equipment for farming if you didn't know a little bit about the chemistry of metal. That's how they created all the sculptures that you see in various museums around the world. And what is also important is that the Yorubas were city dwellers. They established urban centers. Our Yoruba atin Benilu from time immemorial. And I don't want to go through all the Europeans who visited, who are talking about the cities, Yoruba cities. From about 1485, the first record was 1485. In fact, in 1931, Bascom was doing a lot of calculations, trying to see, but he was able to say that the proportion, the percentage of Yoruba people living in large urban areas was comparable to European nations. He calculated the index, what he called the index of urbanization, and that it was between that of the USA and Canada. In this calculation, it said the distribution of population in Yoruba urban centers was comparable to that of France. We are talking about Yoruba land for you. As far back as in the 1930s, the population density of Lagos was 58,000 per square mile, whilst that of Ogbomoso was 43,000 people per square mile. So our team be urban centers for a long time. And the urbanization of Yoruba.
Hold on, go on, sir. You have muted yourself. You're muted, we can't hear you. Okay, hold on, hold on, let me look for, okay, yeah, unmute.
Okay,
Sorry, there was an error. You touched the screen,
I was talking too much.
Yeah, sorry, okay, go on, sir.
What I'm trying to say here is this, that we have comparative history that we need to start talking about. When we are talking about ourselves, we need to talk about our origin. Like I've just said, instead of all these people telling us we came from the East, we came from the, I have been fortunate. I've been attending a course on economic history of Africa from the Wheeler Institute. It's a Zoom kind of thing that it's been going on for nearly 10 weeks now.
Yeah.
On Tuesdays and Wednesdays, I've been attending it, and it's an eye opener to learn how good things were with us. And I'm going to talk briefly before I talk about what you wanted me to talk about our region. I'm going to talk about the Yoruba Constitution. The Yoruba and the British share a common constitution. Most people don't realize that. There's a monarch and there's a parliament. The job of the monarch was to rule or to make pronouncements, really. That is, whatever it is decided, is the mouthpiece. It wasn't, that's all the Oba was. The actual ruling was done by Awoloye. No, she ruling like that. They were the people who actually governed. And it was exactly the same as in Britain. The British called their own constitutional Oba, constitutional monarchy. I call our own constitutional Oba. It's exactly the same thing. The British, their own council, parliament in Mosoyo in the past, were noblemen, just like the Oloye, Bawa, Timashu. They were noble, they were the people you call noblemen. In the past, it was exactly the same. They had city-states, so did we as Yoruba people. We had city-states. We had the Oba that was governing the city-state and the Council of Oloye that was doing the ruling. Just like the British had the Council of Noblemen. The difference, what happened was this, that in the English or the British monarchs looked at themselves as rivals. So they fought each other, they killed each other until one of them was left standing. It was different in Yoruba land. The Yoruba Obas of those days regarded themselves as brothers, not as rivals, but as brothers. So they formed what you would call a coalition, a confederation. That's how it was in those days. So when we are talking about changing our mindset, this is where we need to start. We need to tell ourselves that we had a history before the Europeans came. We know that the world began here in Yoruba land. Just like everybody else might say, the world began in, just like the Jews. Instead of all these people telling us we came from somewhere and the other. When archaeologically, we know that we were always here. We didn't come from anywhere else. We also need to tell our people that the Yorubas were great people. We had our own laws. I wrote a book on the practice of law in ancient Yoruba. We had our own laws. We had our own practice of medicine. And our own practice of medicine was different from what the Chinese or the Indians were practicing, who their practice was yin and yang and flowing here and flowing there. The Yorubas knew about pathology, that it was kokoro that caused disease, not yin and yang, not all this nonsense. We knew all that. In other words, the practice of medicine of the Yoruba was similar to the practice of modern medicine. We introduced vaccination to the world because we knew that if you had smallpox, if you took a scalp from somebody with smallpox and you put it on a scale, the next person doesn't get smallpox. We might not know the actual explanation, but we knew that it worked. These are the sort of things we need to be teaching ourselves. So that is what mindset change is. We need to now let ourselves know that we were descendants of very, very clever people, very, very intelligent people. We didn't just grow Okpolo out of the tree. It is our genetic inheritance. It is our genetic. So we have a lot to thank our forefathers for. And we don't need to apologize to anybody whatsoever. We don't need, I mean, the sort of thing that gets me irritated is people who claim, for example, that we had our own alphabets. It's rubbish. We never had any alphabet. We didn't write. The Yorubas never wrote. But what the Yorubas did was the next best thing. The Yorubas embedded in their words information. So, for example, my name is Olushola. You can, it means something. And that is how the Yorubas embedded information in their names, embedded information in their words, which was similar to writing. That's the sort of thing we need to go back to, instead of pretending that we are this, that, the other. Our forefathers had things, apart from science, there's nothing that anybody can say that we Yorubas have not done, whether it's philosophy, whether it's law, whether it's economics. Right now, I'm actually writing an essay now on what I call Yoru economics. The economics that our forefathers were practicing that allowed them to have full employment. The Yorubas never had women as housewives. Housewife. Women worked, men worked. It was full employment. These are the things that we need to go back to ask ourselves. How did they do it that they have full employment? Like the clip that was shown, I can't remember this baroness, whatever, who was, or baron something, who was, I think he was talking in the House of Lords when he was saying he never met any poor people in Africa and so on and so forth. I've tweeted that picture so many times. You know, who was saying, well, in Africa, I didn't find anybody who was poor and so on and so forth. Because our system of economics was not socialism in bio, capitalist in bio. No, we had all means of production. Every aspect of economy was privately owned. The farmers were privately owned. The people who transformed their food into a lubo, transformed their food into gari, these were the women. This was privately owned as well. So somebody is coming to us and telling us parliamentary democracy, it's rubbish. We were doing these things before. We governed ourselves before. Somebody is coming to tell us the best is to be socialist, to be communist. Rubbish. We had our own system before. And the time has come for us to go back to those things, to examine it. Even if we are going to jettison them at some stage, we need to go back to what our forefathers did because they were good. I'm not saying that because I'm a Yoruba traditionalist, which I am. I'm a Yoruba nationalist, which I am. But I'm saying this as somebody who has been looking at the Yoruba things for the last 10 years. Because we had fantastic forefathers. We had fantastic genes. That's part of the reasons why even those who are taken as slaves from here, Tanko and North America, they didn't forget their tradition. They're still practicing the same thing there. Now, what Nigeria has done is to attempt to destroy everything that we had. But Nigeria has not succeeded. By constitution, almost every Yoruba man knows the constitution of the Yoruba, that we have the Oba, we have the Oloyes. That's what constitutional monarchy is. It's not a big deal. The Constitution of England, of Britain, is all written. So please, if all you can take away from this mindset change is what I'm just talking about, is to ask the question, why were the Jews successful? Which I've written down here, is that they know their origins. We need to know our origins. And we also need to know that we were great people, that we were great people, that we were brilliant people. I'm sorry that I digressed. My apologies for digressing. So the question that I think was that Dr. ՕKÈBÍỌ was putting to me was to give you some updates on the Osun-Ekiti court case. I think I'm going to start again like this. I'm going to start by saying this, that Nigeria's politicians, and most of us, we acknowledge that the 1999 constitution is a fraud. You know, it was a military decree. It was a military decree, Decree 24, number 24, which Abdul Salami promulgated on the 5th of May, 1999. That's what it was. What is important here is this. What we need to know is this, that Abdul Salami knew that his decree could only have the force of law under a civilian government if the people approved of it. He knew it. That's why he wrote, "We the people." And that's what makes the 1999 constitution a fraud, a misrepresentation. Because he knew, Abdul Salami knew that the people had to sanction what he wrote. But instead of asking the people, instead of a referendum, he faked it. He faked it by writing, "We the people." This is misrepresentation. This is fraud because the people never ratified the constitution that he wrote. No ratification means that the 1999 document purporting to be Nigeria's constitution is invalid, is null and void, it has no legal force. That's what it means. No ratification means that Nigeria, as we speak today, has no constitution. And that's the point of going to court. Because no constitution means no country. No constitution means no legitimate government. No constitution means no valid election rules. The Ekiti and Osun cases directly challenge the legitimacy of elections held under the fraudulent 1999 constitution. Where we have been clever is that everybody was expecting that this was a case brought by Ilana. It's Ilana's case. No, what we did was this. We asked the voters to take the case to court, the voters, because they had the right, the local standard, to go to court. They had the right to go to court to say, our right to vote is being violated, is being infringed if you ask us to vote under a constitution that is fraudulent. That's what the case is all about. That is, the voters themselves are saying, we do not want to have this election because the constitution under which the election is holding is fraudulent. And that is what makes this case very tricky, because the government now has to go to court and say exactly why the 1999 constitution is legal, it's not fraudulent. Now, there are three things that we at Ilana UK were asked to do by the Ilana Omodua Worldwide. We're doing this on behalf of Ilana Worldwide. And they asked us to do three things. They asked us to that is Ilana UK, they asked us to handle the case on behalf of Ilana Omodua worldwide, which we are doing. They asked us to raise the needed funds. So we are raising the funds. And they asked us to work with the lawyers, and we are working with the lawyers. And what has happened so far? On the 15th of March of this year, the lawyer successfully filed the cases in Oshogbo Federal High Court and Ado-Ekiti Federal High Court. The next stage is that on the 14th of April, on the 13th of April this month, in 2 weeks' time or thereabout, there'll be a hearing at the Oshogbo Federal High Court. And on the 28th of April, which is 4 weeks from now, the case in Ekiti will also be heard. In other words, this is not where we are already in court and there's going to be a hearing. So the idea that everybody's been saying, one fellow, this is no longer a question of one fellow. At the law, we are there. We have now challenged, rather the voters are now challenging the federal government and the INEC to explain in court before, not just Nigeria, before the international community, why the 1999 Constitution is not a fraud. Now, in terms of the money, this is where I like to tell everybody that this case is not just Ilana case. This case is Yoruba case. This is a public interest litigation. We are all interested in what happens with the 1999 Constitution. As I tell people, when we win the case, Yoruba land nítorí pé ìlànà ló gbé case lọ. It is all our case. It is a Yoruba case. It is probably the biggest, the most important action that the Yorubas have taken since 1888, when Alaafin signed a treaty with Queen Victoria. We cannot afford to fail, and we need to succeed. We need money. We have to pay the lawyers. We cannot just say, lawyer, Emalo. We also have to publicize the case itself. So we do need funds. We do need funds. And that's part of the things that we are doing. I don't know whether I'm allowed to give you our account number, but in case you have a pen, I'm going to do it anyway, because
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. When you are, this is Yoruba Central Office, sir. Organizing this is Yoruba Central Office, and we support all our Egbe Yoruba, whether agitation or dialect, whatever.
I know.
And this project is all for Yoruba. It's not for Omo Odua. It's not for Lana Odua.
Exactly.
Even if you say so. You're only manager, you're only project manager, sir.
Exactly.
So if you want to raise funds for that project, yes, that's a project funding, and we support it.
Okay, thank you very much.
What we are doing in Yoruba Central Office is different. It's core funding. That is for our services, our service delivery. But we can also raise that funds for you anyway as a project funding.
Thank you very much.
That's right. And that one will start and have an end. Yoruba Central Office goes on forever.
Okay. Yes. The account number is Lloyd's Bank.
Put it on the chart.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. Before I finish, and I'm not saying this because Dr. ΟΚԵＢÍỌ is there, but I'm going to say this.
Okay, somebody put it there.
Which I have. Somebody's put it already.
Yeah, for me. Our bank account details are as follows. Ilana UK Limited. Yes, sort code 309897. Account number 69579562. Lloyd's Bank.
That's it.
Yes, please. We support all Egbe Yoruba. That is what the central office is for.
Thank you.
The 4 categories of our services are Omo Yoruba, Egbe Yoruba, Yoruba community, and Yoruba nation. So this falls under Yoruba nation, please. Yes.
I was going to say this, and I'm not saying this because you are present. I've said this when you weren't there. But when I first started, when I was first elected the coordinator for Ilana UK, you are one of the first people that gave me support. I mean, you personally, apart from, and you invited me to come and talk to your group, not only virtually, I also attended a physical meeting with you. I can't remember, somewhere in London.
Yes, meet and greet.
Where I can't remember. And so really, I want to take this opportunity really to thank you and the central office for supporting me. I mean, you know, because when I started, I hadn't been involved in this sort of business before. I was not a member of any organization.
I know.
And suddenly I found myself in a position when I had no idea what I what I was.
I know the challenges. That's why
I had no idea.
Baba, that is what the central office is for. Yeah. And I'm happy that you are our testimony. Yeah. Yoruba Central Office is a neutral, central center table for all Egbe Yoruba. We don't fight anybody. If any member of the office fights any Yoruba person, that is the day that person will leave the central office.
I mean, I know because as you know, sometimes I just pop up in your program.
Baba, and you just heard Baba now said how not to run a country or how to run a country to failure. So I want to like to translate to all our Olori Egbe how not to run Egbe or how to run Egbe to failure. So we are mindful of that. We don't want to run our office to failure.
Yeah. I'm just going to finish.
And we don't want Ilana Odua to be run to failure.
Thank you very much.
We'll hold you responsible.
I've tried my best as long as I always
that is why you have central office here.
Yeah.
And once you finish, there's another person who are going to hold responsible. YNN, Sister Buki Taiwo. I want to hold her responsible on what is happening in Baku.
I'm just going to finish with something that I tweeted earlier today, actually this afternoon. And this is what I wrote on the Twitter. I said, this is talking about the Fulani. And I said, their preferred weapon for the Fulanization of Nigeria was not by force, but by using of the constitution. It is not by accident that all of Nigeria's constitutions since 1966 were written when Northern Army officers were in power. The Gawan regime taught them how easy it was to manipulate Nigeria's constitution without upsetting the gullible Southern elites and politicians. With each coup, and Northern Army officers state 7 of them, the Fulani upgraded the constitution to consolidate their hegemony and power. The 1999 constitution upgrade was the culmination of a long, slow, and methodical process crafted over 34 years. It was Buhari's ineptitude and haste that gave the game away. So in fact, when people they've been doing all sorts of distractions to take our focus off from the 1999 constitution. We must not let them do that to us. We must not lose focus that we must destroy the 1999 constitution. Don't let us lose any focus. You know, they're going to amend this. You cannot amend a fraud. You cannot amend a misrepresentation. Don't let us get ourselves involved in any of that at all. Let us focus on the destruction, complete destruction of the 1999 constitution. They will do all sorts of things. And people talk about how they are powerful. So the Fulani cannot win a war against the Yoruba, and they know it. They're not going to go to war. And if we declare Yoruba nation today, what are they going to do? Nothing. And all these, they say the Fulani are here. When we have our own nation, we decide the citizens who are going to be in Yoruba land. So anybody who's hiding in the forest or whatever, you'll have to pack your bag and go back to where you came from. Because once we have our own country, we have the power to admit and expel anybody we like. So Emma Jeka, don't let these people, the tactics of bullies is to make you fear that there is something they can do. Emma Jeka, there's nothing they can do to stop Yoruba nation going. It is our entitlement. We can do what we like with our right. It is our right to be a country of our own. It is a right that is recognized in international law. It is a right that is recognized in the African Charter. It is a right that is recognized in Nigerian law since 1983. So, there is something somewhere that we have to be afraid of. There is nothing for us to be afraid of. We can declare Yoruba nation today, and there is nothing they can do about it. Nothing. They can hide in the bush. They can do whatever it is. The day that we declare our own country is the day we expel the whole bloody lot of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
Maxwell is back.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Bashegun, for the wonderful presentation. I would like to buttress him on the Ado and Oshobo case. When we started this the journey, you know, he has said it all. He came from a different background, different from the self-determination stuff. So Bashegun was very new, and plenty of time we had to tango, we had to fight. But I must commend his passion. I must commend his commitment. Take it away from me. Left to many of our people, there wouldn't have been there won't be in Ado and Osun Federal High Court. But his leadership and dedication and tenacity kept us, and I want to thank you, Bashegun, for making yourself available for this historic battle. Like someone wrote on the chat, Falano, who some of our people see as a friend of the people in power, I think argued or opined. Someone wrote on the chat, Falano, who some of our people see as a friend of. Okay, said again that that Falano, said there is no, Nigeria does not have a constitution. The voice of reason. Even our people in Innas, this is a general. If we don't have a constitution now, we have now decided to summon the courage to go and challenge. Falana called Professor AKÍNTÓYÈ last week or so. He said he doesn't know. He's still waiting for how the Supreme Court of Nigeria will dismiss our case. That he doesn't. There is no way the Supreme Court of Nigeria will dismiss that case. So I think we should congratulate ourselves in embryo and hope that this leads to the emergence. I mean, this leads to the emergence of the nation we have long aspired for. So I think we are going to the end of the program. So I want Dr. ÒKÈBÍỌ to take charge. This is almost 11:30 p.m. in Nigeria. So Dr. ՕKÈBÍỌ, I will have to step aside for you, sir, to continue with the.
We are almost done. Just a few questions to ask, but before then, I want to give Sister Buki, if she's in, to let us know what is the status of the. Yeah, Sister Buki. You are in. Can you hear? Can you unmute, please? What is happening with our 5 million vote? Hello, Sister Buki, can you hear me? Doesn't sound like she's there. So maybe we would have to leave that 2 weeks time. But we have a few questions. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4, 5 hands still up. Can we take those ones? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay, Bailey. And the first one on top here is Galaxy A12. Far away me. Is that Galaxy 12? Can you hear me? Can you unmute, please? Galaxy A12, unmute. To ask your question, okay. If you're not there, Shegun Olaoye, can you unmute? Shegun Olaoye, can you unmute? Okay. If you are not there, we'll go to, oh, okay. Is there? What happened again? Anyway, he unmuted and went back to mute. All right, let's go to Toyin Solarin, JP. Yes, ma'am.
Ẹ káalẹ́ gbogbo ilé, a kú pàdé o. A kúkú ṣàṣeyọrí láṣẹ Elédùmarè. Ní ọwọ́ ọ̀sán yìí ní àwọn platform kan náà tí mo wà, oríṣiríṣi ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní jáde ńsìn lórí ọ̀rọ̀ wípé Fúlàní agenda. Ẹni tó bá wà nínú àwọn platform tí mo sọ á rí nǹkan tí wọ́n kọ tí Y Danjuma tó kọ. So ìyẹn fi ń hàn wá wípé Nigeria is coming to a halt. Ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ bá wa mú wá sí halt láṣẹ Ọlọ́run. But ìbéèrè mi sì ni wípé òun ni àwọn dádì wa, ṣé ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ mi? Òun ni àwọn dádì wa ÒKÈBÍỌ ti béèrè lẹ́ẹ̀kan wípé the 5 million signature wípé níbo ló dé. Àwọn lára nǹkan tí mo dẹ̀ tún fẹ́ béèrè náà ni àwọn dádì wa òní ni wọ́n ti fi tó wa létí lórí àṣeyọrí ìpèlẹ́jọ́ tí wọ́n pe orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lórí 1999 constitution. So mi ò ní nǹkan rẹpẹtẹ tí mo fẹ́ béèrè mọ́ torí pé mo ti rí àwọn ìdáhùn díẹ̀ sí ìbéèrè mi. Ṣùgbọ́n èyí tí mo nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí jùlọ ni pé níbo ni 5 million yẹn níbo ló dé dúró, kí là ń ṣe láti rí wípé a dé ibi tá a fẹ́ dé yẹn láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà. Ẹ ṣé.
Ẹ ṣé mà. Nítorí ẹ̀ ni mo ṣe pé lórúkọ Krista wa, àwọn náà ń ṣiṣẹ́ lórí yẹn directly. Bukky Taiwo. Tabada rẹ̀ ni tó tún ní okay, omidwo tabada rẹ̀ ni tó ní information lórí yẹn, allow participants to unmute themselves. And tó bá ní ìmọ̀ lórí ẹ̀, yeah, you can unmute yourself and say, I don't know directly how far. It's a different project, and I'm not a member of that project team. You know, so okay, group by group, one handle projects more. Be àwọn ìlànà UK ṣe handle project ti Ekiti. We are a central office. So, we have this information. I could do any update on where it's been. More come out for that is the Easter. So I need information. You know what's happening. Sister Bukky Taiwo, again, are you there? Well, she's not there. Anyone knows anything about it? Or we wait, Baba, Dr. Uni, do you have any information? You can mute yourself. Everybody that's at living room.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n kàn fún yín ní update díẹ̀ lórí ẹ̀.
Okay, okay. Bàbá Koiki mi mọ̀ pé wà ń bẹ̀ ọ́, ẹ ǹlẹ́ o, ẹ ṣé ọjọ́. Thank you. Go on, sir.
That's okay. All I can say is mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ìyá wa tó béèrè ìbéèrè. We don't have a number to give yet. But we still continue to ask our people pé kó túbọ̀ máa gbìyànjú láti lọ sí àwọn villages wa, most especially, and a lot of àwọn èèyàn wa ti ń ṣe already. The petition is just another way of awareness, because kò sẹ́ni tó bá sọ̀rọ̀ petition fún wa láti ṣàlàyé kí ni ìdí tí a ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ lórí petition. Lára àwọn ìdí yẹn máa mú ọ̀rọ̀ tí bàbá Akíntóyè ti sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí títí dé àwọn bàbá wa Báṣẹ̀gùn. So in terms of the numbers, from what in terms of one, at some point they will let us know if it had day, but nobody knows that at the moment. I encourage the question of where Facebook will allow it. I think it's something that, you know, Bashegun B, Maxwell is here, you're listening. We need to write Facebook, however, to tell them that that petition is not a spam. So I would like each of the organization, even Yoruba Central Office, Dr. This is a message week in order to take care of the same, so that we can write Facebook officially to let them know that that particular link is not a spam. The link on Facebook does not mean the link is not working. So Facebook we should not use that misinterpretation of it. The link is working independently away from Facebook. Facebook is just a social platform that does not want us to post those things. And it's not just our link. For the last 2 years, never type in Fulani sorry Facebook. You might be penalized by being blocked for a couple of days or months or weeks. That is by typing Fulani. So that means a lot of people have not been using the word Fulani. All these have been part of what, you know, they're paying some of these social media platforms indirectly or directly, you know, as a proxies. So, and I believe this is where our organization needs to make those efforts, especially to tackle, you know, that particular petition that is not allowed to flow on the Facebook. But that does not mean the petition is not working. We are not very near to the 5 million, but what I can only say is, encourage some of them might say they need data. There's nothing we can do to that. Internet is expensive around the world. The only difference is, you know, we are able to use it to sit here for 5, 3, 6 hours. I'm running about almost 7 devices here. It's not possible in Nigeria. So I want to feel we can give them data so that they can go out there and mobilize. But we are not saying that should take advantage of it. This is a voluntary movement. Nobody is being paid. Like we always say on our on all the platforms, we were showing different countries around the world today. Yoruba is already in danger. To see some of the road completely not working, just as Maxwell was saying there. So that is where we are with the petition, you know, and I was just going to leave it like that. But like I said, if anybody is having any other problems, you know, directly or indirectly with that petition, you can reach us to any one of the media, and then we can be able to resolve it as quickly as possible. But in terms of the numbers, I think we should just continue. I'm sure when the right time comes, those behind it will give us the total number where we are.
Thank you, brother Koiki. Any company law me láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀ pé àwọn kan need the help ní ilé, so I can fẹ́ a kind of view, kí ni view àwọn tó yẹ kí wà nínú project team yìí. Ṣé a lè ran àwọn èèyàn wa lọ́wọ́ pẹ̀lú transportation kankan just to go to place?
Oh yes, I mean what we need to understand is
launch it. Mommy sọ fún ọ nítorí sọ fún wa wípé nobody should give anybody any money.
Well, nobody should give. I think what we need to understand is you know, that is indirectly that we are not going to pay anybody, but does not mean that we cannot support people. I mean, people are paying, you know, for data, internet. You know, if we're expecting people to send us, you know, okay, which is very easy to do, then what happened if they don't have internet to upload it on that site or even send it to us? As of today, we have received about 2,000 names sent from Nigeria. If they don't have the internet, they cannot send it to us. They can easily collate it, but how did they send it to us? So, you know, as much as, you know, it's not like, you know, anybody is being paid fully for it, but, you know, there and there, we must support people. This is a movement, and every movement needs money, whether we like it or not, you know, for different projects. You know, Ilana wants to still go to court here in UK, they need money. Lagos, AKÍNTÓYÈ, and Osun, you know, court case needs support. Central office needs support. So there's no way we can all say that, you know, money is not going to be involved. You know, even the BRICS exit involved a lot of money. So if anybody can help, you know, individually as a group, we are doing what we can do within our own means. And I guess so many people are doing the same thing as well around the world. The most important thing is that let us continue. We can make sure our people on the ground, we continue to mobilize them to go to different locations. And like I said, there's evidence-based that I want to share. And I mean, you know, we don't have to post all the videos. People are now going to the rural area. The next rural area is asking, and we have videos, evidence that we don't want to prove that on the social media. So,
thank you very much. Central Office will take it as a duty. There once a month, come meet to know. I will call everybody to get update from yourself. Media, yeah, as well, or where I'm to give this information to everybody. But I know, more, you know, maybe I mean some kind of a pep talk like this to ginger also. Family by family, one to call one. I'm sure because our family means often long. I like to love vote to otherwise they might send over saying. If you don't go and vote, I will not. I mean, register. I will not send money to you. Yeah, if you're less, they might send over saying some the ATM every month. So Monica Loshe, Dorian National, what in the sign? Yes, it's true. What's in dollar now? What's in your left in dollar alone? What's in my pair, brother? Can one UK to my send over. Hello, sign because we can never live independent. So very good. So, Baba, quick, thank you very much. So, Emma, you have any questions about your money? I think the next only flyer, sorry, scheme, somebody called me. UK, minimum £5 from UK, office one in UK, country by country, no man, you know, and so on and so forth. So, Galaxy A12, are you back now? Galaxy A12, is it far away in me? Shegun A. Olaoye, have you spoken?
No.
Okay, you should not mute. All right, yeah, go on, sir. What's your question?
Block me the other time. Let you unmute. Now I'm about to unmute. So, nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí, ó dàbí ẹni pé Mr. Koiki ti touch part of it. Idea pé káwọn èèyàn máa lọ síta, which some àwọn tó mọ̀ mí, like you, Dr. ΟKÈBÍỌ RUNKޮSÍ, ẹ̀yin mọ̀ mí, ẹ mọ role tí mò ń play.
Ben.
Koiki náà mọ role tí mò ń play. So àwọn team mi wọ́n jáde, wọ́n gba àwọn orúkọ lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n ní time láti lọ ṣe kìíní yẹn, wọ́n á wá sílé. And àwọn nǹkan kan tí a need láti máa ṣe in support of these people is financial. Koiki ti touch, just like I said earlier. And the little I can do on my own, I've been doing it to support them. Mo kàn rọ̀ àwọn èèyàn wa, whichever way tí wọ́n bá fi lè support àwọn èèyàn nílé, tí wọ́n ready láti ṣe àwọn iṣẹ́ yìí, tó kì í ṣe pé bóyá wọ́n ń bẹ̀ wọ́n, please, we need to give them financial assistance. It's very, very vital. That is that about that. I don't need to waste time on that. Àwọn kíní lecture tí Prof fún wa lénìí, mi mọ̀ bóyá mo mọ̀ yí pé ó wà recorded. Ǹjẹ́ ó possible fún wa láti get copy lẹ̀? Ìyẹn ni question tí mo fẹ́ béèrè, because ó ní àwọn use kan tí èèyàn lè lò fún láti jẹ́ kí àwọn èèyàn wá rí reason tí a fi ń láti strive very, very hard to come out of that hopeless thing tí wọ́n ń pè ní Nigeria. So that is another question. That's a question for the house to answer. If we can get copies of the recorded lecture by the Prof, to possible, I would be interested in getting the copy. And One suggestion I would want to bring is it possible for wa láti send copy lecture yìí? Or is it necessary? Any feel necessary, but will it be accepted by the House? Láti set copy kini yìí sí Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀. Reason tí mo fi suggest ni pé nínú lecture tí bàbá fún wa àwọn kankan tí bàbá mẹ́nu kàn nípa ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn Sábó tó wà ní Ilé-Ifẹ̀ nígbà tí àwọn Ifẹ̀ dìde sí wọn, role tí Ọọ̀ni play. Bóyá tí ó bá rí copy lecture yìí, tí Ọọ̀ni bá rí copy ẹ̀, tí wọ́n bá jókòó, tí wọ́n bá listen sí lecture yẹn dáadáa, irú statement tí wọ́n ní leader Fúlàní to whatever role tó jẹ níbẹ̀, tí statement to make wípé Yorùbá ti lò ilẹ̀ for certain number of years and pé Olúwa ló nílẹ̀, ó lè gbé fún ìlú mi tí ó kì í ṣe Yorùbá. As from now, according bó ṣe sọ ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn tí bàbá quote, mo rò yí pé tí Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀ bá rí copy lecture yìí, tí Ọọ̀ni fúnra ẹ̀ bá jókòó tó listen sí, tó assimilate, tó have to rethink, á mọ̀ yí pé nǹkan tí òun ń rò kọ́ ni àwọn Fúlàní ń rò. Nǹkan tí Ọọ̀ni ń rò, òun kọ́ ni àwọn Fúlàní ń rò. And Yoruba, we are sitting on gunpowder by allowing people, these people, and feel pé à ń bá wọn ṣe ọ̀rẹ́, whereas àwọn people in fẹ́ jẹ́ sínú tútọ́ funfun jáde fún wa ni. And from my own belief, Ọọ̀ni ò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. So we need to make him realize this. This is all I need to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Nǹkan tó wà fún ni pé fídíò tá a ṣe yìí à ń record ẹ̀, wọ́n dẹ̀ wà lórí Facebook ti Yorùbá UK Central Office, Ọmọlúwàbí, àti ti àwọn brother wa Koiki Media. Ó wà ńbẹ̀, so you can play it all over again. And anyway, if you record it, you can download it, you can clip it as you like. This is live. At the Cosby, but lórí kíní ẹ pé ó máa wà live, streamed live.
Yeah, torí mo send message sí yín pé mo wà níbi iṣẹ́, so around 8:30 ni mo ṣe join yín.
Yes, Ben. Tẹ́ ìpẹ́ náà fẹ́ wo láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti aago 7 àbọ̀ tá bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ẹ lọ sórí Facebook, you can play it back lórí Koiki Media àti lórí YUKCO Ọmọlúwàbí, Yorùbá UK Central Office Ọmọlúwàbí pages on Facebook. Thank you. Next is Honorable John Augustus. Sir.
Ẹ kálẹ́ o gbogbo lé. A dúpẹ́ fún oore ọ̀fẹ́ tí a rí gbà láti kóra wa jọ ní àsìkò yìí nítorí ọ̀rọ̀ oore tí Ọlọ́run ti ṣe fún ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. Ohun tí mo kọ́kọ́ máa fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni wípé lórí gbogbo nǹkan kí nǹkan, lórí gbogbo èròkérò tó wù kí gbogbo ènìyàn máa rò lórí ilẹ̀ wa, ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ìkan nínú àwọn àgbà wa Bá Ṣègùn tí wọ́n jẹ́ ká mọ̀ wípé lótìtọ́ àti ní òdodo tí a bá sọ wípé lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yìí o àṣemọ́ afẹ́dáwà, kò sí ìlú tó máa gbógun tì wá, kò sí ìlú tó lè gbógun wọn, kò sí ìlú ká má ti wá sọ àwọn Haúsá àbí Ìgbò wọn àwàlà àti ìfẹ́ sọ fún wọn pé àṣemọ́, kì í ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ ìjà, kò sí bó ṣe lè rí aláti níyẹn lọ́kàn. Tábàlà àṣemọ́ náà nìyẹn, kò ogun wọn ò lè gbógun tì wá. Ìyẹn ní ìkejì ni wípé a gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ kí àwa Yorùbá mọ̀ wípé ọ̀nà tí Ọlọ́run ń gbà ṣiṣẹ́ kò lè yí ẹ̀dá, nítorí pé ọ̀pọ̀ ló ń sọ wípé wọ́n láti gbalẹ̀ Yorùbá, wọ́n níyẹ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, Olúwa ti ṣe, ẹ wo Dangote, ẹ wo nǹkan tó ń kọ́ sẹ́kọ̀ọ́, ṣe bọ́ ọmọ Fúlàní ni. Ó yẹ kí inú wa máa dùn wípé gbogbo wàhálà tó máa ṣe ń jọ wájú, Ọlọ́run ń lo àwọn ọ̀tá láti máa bá wa ṣe sílẹ̀. Wọ́n mọ̀ pé ilẹ̀ yẹn kì í ṣe ilẹ̀ tiwọn, ṣùgbọ́n torí nǹkan tí wọ́n máa jẹ dọjọ́ alẹ́ wọn tó dẹ̀ lórí ọ̀fẹ́ ẹ̀, òun ni gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣe tá à ń fojú rí. Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run. Ẹ má jẹ́ ká máa sọ wípé Dákódé nìkan ló ń ta yẹ̀pẹ̀, òun nìkan ló ń ta, ẹ sílẹ̀ fúngbà díẹ̀ ní gbogbo nǹkan. Ẹ má jẹ́ ká máa bínú, ẹ jẹ́ kí inú wa máa dùn pé kó máa kọ́ gbogbo nǹkan kí nǹkan tó bá dáa sórí ilẹ̀ wa. Ìyẹn lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Nípa ti ẹjọ́ kí nìyẹn ẹ kò nípa ti petition, a ti sọ fún gbogbo àwọn èèyàn wa kó má máa béèrè pé ń boná bá nọ́mbà dé, iṣẹ́ tiẹ̀ kémi ṣe tèmi, ìyẹn níṣẹ́ tó rán wa, kì í ṣe pé kó máa ní nǹkan kan ṣe pẹ̀lú à ń béèrè níbo náà bá nọ́mbà dé, kí la fẹ́ ṣe pẹ̀lú yẹn. Tó bá ti ṣe tiẹ̀ tó ti ṣe petition tiẹ̀, mójú kúrò ń bẹ̀. Àwọn tó Olúwa gbé dìde láti bá a ṣe lọ, wọn ò dákẹ́. Ìwọ má béèrè, ẹnikẹ́ni tó bá béèrè, ẹ sọ fún wọn wípé iṣẹ́ tá a rán ẹni wípé sáyìn tiẹ̀ kò sí tó kàn ẹ́ pẹ̀lú iye ibi tán bá dé. Gbogbo ọ̀nà ló gba afẹ́fẹ́. Yorùbá ti dúró, àní kó bá wùn wá nǹkan ìgò tó bá wùn ní kálukú kó máa rò. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ti dúró fún wa, a ti wà nílẹ̀ wa, kò sí go back. Ìbẹ̀rù ló ń ṣe àwọn èèyàn, àwa ti wà lórí ilẹ̀ wa, àdẹ̀ lè kúrò mẹ́, kò dẹ̀ sẹ́ni tó lè lé wa. So ìyẹn lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, nítorí pé àwa mọ iṣẹ́ tí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá máa ń ṣe nípa ọ̀rọ̀ olówó dé. Ó ní ìyá wa onítìrí náà fi sọ wípé ẹ má fẹ́ nìkankan lówó, nítorí pé ẹlòmíì àwa sọ pé mélòó tá a rí ní local government, ẹlòmíì àwa a ní ṣé Yorùbá kìíní yẹn wọ́n mà náà sanwó fún wọn bì kan, ó yá tó bá lè so iye báyìí fún mi màá bá ẹ ṣe. Gbogbo ọ̀nà mọ̀nàfìkì, gbogbo ọ̀nà ìbàjẹ́ làwọn èèyàn fi máa wa Yorùbá fi máa ń wá owó lórílẹ̀‐èdè yẹn. Ìyá oníṣìírí ṣe kíní yìí tẹ́ fẹ́ sáyìn kò la owó lọ, kò la owó lẹ má fẹ́ nìkankan lówó. Wọn ò ní kó má support ẹ tó máa ra data fún. Gbogbo wa là ń travel lọ sílé, 200 naira wà á ra data 200 naira, ìṣẹ́jú kan o lè fi fíìlì fọ́ọ̀mù. So gbogbo àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí ló yẹ ká máa gbèrò, torí gbogbo wa lájọ ń gbọ́ nǹkan tó ń lọ. Ìyẹn lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Lórílẹ̀-èdè kórílẹ̀-èdè tí èèyàn bá wà, mo fẹ́ fi dá wa lójú pé kì í ṣe torí pé ọ̀pọ̀ ní òye ní orílẹ̀-èdè, òfin náà ń pè lórílẹ̀-èdè gẹ́gẹ́ bí bàbá wa Báṣegún ṣe sọ. Tá a bá ṣòfin, òfin wa la fẹ́ ṣe, kì í ṣe pé a fẹ́ lé Ìgbò. Kò yé ọ̀pọ̀ ènìyàn. Yorùbá nation, Yorùbá country, èdè òfin là ń pè bẹ́ẹ̀. Òfin tá a bá ṣòfin lénìí, ẹni tí ò bá tẹ́ lọ́rùn kó tẹ̀síwájú. Gbogbo àwọn àìmọye ọmọ Yorùbá, ọmọ Ìgbò, ọmọ Haúsá ló wà ní ìlú òyìnbó. Alẹ̀ ń tẹ̀ lófin wọn, torí pé à ń tẹ̀ lófin wọn la ṣe lè dúró síbẹ̀, wọn ò lé wa. So ẹ má jẹ́ ká máa oríṣiríṣi la máa ń gbọ́ ìpè tàbá ṣe tó máa àwọn Haúsá ṣẹmọ̀ kan ti pẹ́ nílùú yẹn, wọ́n lè wà níbẹ̀, kò sí wàhálà. Òfin wa la fẹ́ ṣe, òfin tiwa òun la fẹ́ ṣe, òun là ń pè ní ìlú wa. Òfin ni, kì í ṣe pé a fẹ́ léèyàn. Tá a bá ṣòfin tó bá wù wọ́n kó tẹ̀lé, gẹ́gẹ́ bí Báṣegún ṣe sọ. Tó bá náà tẹ̀lé, ẹ wá gbé báàgì ẹ wá lọ sí ìtọ́ ẹ pé o lè máa pàṣẹ fún wọn bẹ̀, kò sí wàhálà ń bẹ̀. Èyí tó tún wá yà mí lẹ́nu jù ni wípé ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ má bínú, ọ̀rọ̀ 5 million people yìí, mo máa ń gbọ́ ta máa ń sọ lórí àwọn platform tá bá ń ṣe gathering báyìí. Ní Brazil oyè Yorùbá báyìí ló wà ń bẹ̀, ní Guyana oyè Yorùbá báyìí ló wà ń bẹ̀. Ṣé European country nìkan láti máa sọ pé a fẹ́ sáyìn kínní, àbí the whole world tí Yorùbá wà? ní Brazil lásán tó bá ṣe awareness ní Brazil ká má ti sọ Cuba ká má ti sọ Jamaica ká má ti sọ Ghana kí ló dé tá a rò wípé 5 million nǹkan tó máa tó ọdún kan kó tó pé ni ṣùgbọ́n àárín ara wa ní European country nílẹ̀ Yorùbá láti sọ a gbọ́ nípa àwọn other country wípé báyìí náà ṣe ń gbé gbèsè 5 million is a colossal number kì í ṣe nọ́mbà tó kéré a mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n gbogbo àwọn ìlú wọ̀nyí ó yẹ ká máa rí feedback pé ibẹ̀ yẹn náà wọ́n ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ọ̀rọ̀ petition wa yìí o wọ́n ń sọ ní Ghana o wọ́n ń sọ ní Sudan o wọ́n ń sọ ẹ mọ̀ Yorùbá ibikíbi tó bá ti jọ mọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ olówó dé Yorùbá ò kọ̀ wọ́n á dé bẹ́ẹ̀ Norway bó ṣe tutù tó Yorùbá wà ń bẹ̀ Iceland bó ṣe tutù tó Yorùbá wà ń bẹ̀ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ owó dé náà ni ǹjẹ́ wọ́n ń sọ dé gbogbo bẹ̀ yẹn so ẹ̀yin ènìyàn Ọlọ́run ìṣe ló yẹ kí inú wa máa dùn pé orí ilẹ̀ wa la wà á dẹ̀ ti gbalẹ̀ wa àwa là ti ṣetán láti sọ fún wọn wípé àṣe mọ́ ẹ kàn máa sọ ní àṣe mọ́ ó ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀ wọn lè gbógun tì wá kò ṣeé ṣe ẹ ṣé gan ni o Olúwa túbọ̀ máa fi òye ẹ̀ bá wa rìn o.
mi lórí tí gbogbo àwọn kẹtẹ sọ ẹ tẹ bá ní any special question tó wà specific à lè dáhùn ẹ lọ́fíìsì ẹ̀yin náà wà jẹ́ member of the central office so bó ṣe rí nìyẹn nípa àti sáyẹn àwọn nǹkan tẹ́ sọ wọ̀nyẹn àwọn tó wà nílé àti gbọ́ lẹ́nu bàbá Koiki pé we can support people at home and that is what we will do to let this thing go on further and then nípa àwọn èèyàn wa tó wà ní other countries ẹjọ́ ẹ pè mí lọ́la káwọn nǹkan tá a lè ṣe lórí ẹ̀ bí ẹ̀yin lè máa bá wa handle project yẹn àwọn tó wà ní those other countries outside European countries tẹ́ mention yẹn wọ́n jẹ́ pé ẹ̀yin lè ní inspiration yẹn ẹjọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ have some contacts jẹ́ pé lè máa bá wa follow wọn up ṣe gbọ́.
kò sí wàhálà ẹ mọ̀ pé iṣẹ́ tá a gbà ní àwa la fi lélẹ̀ pé ká máa gbogbo Yorùbá káàkiri àti ṣetán ká lè máa polówó ara wa.
ìdúró ẹ̀ mo ṣe ní kẹ́ pè mí lọ́la.
máa pè lọ́la kò sí nǹkan àlà máa pè ẹ ṣé gan ni o.
Thank you very much sir. Yes. Ifá success no sorry Galaxy A12 Fáwẹ́yìn mi ṣé bàbá Fáwẹ́yìn mi nìyẹn because ẹ ò mute sir tó ẹ pẹ́ yín ni o.
àwọn kọ́sà ẹ kalẹ̀.
Oh, okay, all right. A ti pè tipẹ́ ta ní Galaxy A12.
Balógun Ifá success láti ìlú Ìbàdàn.
No, kì í tẹ̀ ṣe ẹ̀yin nìkan jẹ́ Galaxy A12 before your name. It's all right. Ẹ go on Ifá success. God bless.
Mo kí gbogbo ilé, mo kí ẹ̀yin bàbá, mo kí ní ẹ̀là ìgbàgbọ́ yìí, ìgbàgbọ́ ṣiṣẹ́. Mo kí yín pé ẹ kú àtúnṣe Elédùmarè ó bá gbé ka ibi tó dára. Àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kékeré kan tí mo fẹ́ mẹ́nubà gẹ́gẹ́ bí bàbá wa ṣe ṣàlàyé. Àwọn bàbá wa náà dẹ̀ tún ti mẹ́nubà bàbá Ṣègùn wọ́n ti mẹ́nubà díẹ̀. Kí ni mo fẹ́ sọ lórí ẹ̀ nípa awareness tí change mind wa changing of mindset. Àwọn bàbá wa sọ nípa pé wọ́n ṣàlàyé nípa àwọn irúnmọlẹ̀. Mo dẹ̀ rí pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa àgbàgbé ibi tí a ti wá. Ìran Yorùbá, ìran alágbára, kò sẹ́ni tó confront wa lórí ilẹ̀ ayé gẹ́gẹ́ bí Elédùmarè ṣe dá wa. Ìyẹn tí a bá mọ ibi tí Elédùmarè ti mú wa jáde wá. Ẹ rí i pé nígbà kan nínú ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn nǹkan tí àwọn òyìnbó gbé wá fún wa, wọ́n jẹ́ kó yé wa pé ìran wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ṣe rọ̀ wá láti ọ̀run wá, wọ́n jẹ́ kó yé wa pé báwo ni àwọn èèyàn ṣe máa ń pè, wọ́n pè wọ́n ní fallen angels, yes, wọ́n pè wọ́n ní fallen angels tí kò dẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ní ìran Yorùbá. A rí pé gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn òyìnbó èsì jẹ́ kó yé wa pé fallen angels, wọ́n jẹ́ kó yé wa pé wọ́n tako Elédùmarè. Tí àwọn ènìyàn wa àwọn tó ṣẹ̀ wá lẹ́sìn rèé táwọn ò tako Elédùmarè, tí wọ́n jẹ́ pé ìmúṣẹ ètò Elédùmarè náà wà fún. Ibẹ̀ láti máa rí pé bóyá fàpẹẹrẹ bí òjò bá rọ̀, àwọn orúnmọlẹ̀ wa là ń pè láti lè jẹ́ kí òjò rọ̀. Ibẹ̀ láti ní Ọya, ibẹ̀ láti ní Ṣàngó, ibẹ̀ láti ní Ògún. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí láti lè má gbàgbé ibi tí a ti jáde wá náà ni pé bí a bá wà ní méjì mẹ́ta gẹ́gẹ́ bí ènìyàn, a mọ̀ pé inú ènìyàn jìn, inú ẹ̀ ní Elédùmarè ti wá ń jẹ́ kó yé wa pé inú àwọn tí òun rán sí wa yìí tí a ti ara wọn jáde. Ibẹ̀ láti máa rí pé a máa sọ pé a gbọ́dọ̀ fi Ògún àbí Ṣàngó ká má fi búra èké. Ara nǹkan tí kò yẹ ká gbàgbé nìyẹn. A dẹ̀ rí pé kò sí ìran kan tó lè ṣerú ẹ̀ lórí òkè pẹ̀ bí kò ṣe ìran Yorùbá. Nítorí pé ara wọn láti jáde, ẹ̀jẹ̀ wọn là ń lò, ó ló jẹ́ ká wá superior more than other creation gẹ́gẹ́ bí ènìyàn tí Elédùmarè dá. Ó jẹ́ ká superior than any other people. Fún ìdí èyí, ó jẹ́ kí n jẹ́ kó fún àpẹẹrẹ kí n tún mú wa lọ sẹ́yìn tí a bá ka àwọn ìwé tí wọ́n gbé wá fún wa bíi Quran and Bible. A rí pé nínú fún àpẹẹrẹ ìtí mo mọ̀ dáadáa nínú Bible, a rí pé ẹ̀yà Yorùbá ọ́fíìsì ti ọba Solomon ẹ̀yà Yorùbá. Ara àwọn nǹkan tá a ti gbàgbé nìyẹn. À ń pè ya wa ẹ̀ ní erinlẹ̀. Tá a bá dẹ̀ ń sọ lásìkò ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ènìyàn ni ò mọ̀. Arabi tí a ti jáde wá tá a gbọ́dọ̀ gbàgbé nìyẹn. Ipa wa superior than any other people. Erinlẹ̀ tá à ń sọ yìí, gẹ́gẹ́ Bíbélì ṣe sọ, Bíbélì sọ pé ó fún ọba Solomoni ní góòdì more than 100. Quran náà sọ ń pa ẹ̀. Kí mo wá fẹ́ fàyọ ń bẹ̀ ni pé ká má gbàgbé ibi tí a ti jáde wá. Ó ṣe pàtàkì, ó ṣe kókó. Tí a bá gbàgbé ibi tí a ti jáde wá, a máa rí wípé gbogbo ohun tá à ń lè ìrọ̀rùn ló máa já sí fún wa. Àfikún tí mo tún fẹ́ fi kún àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tí bàbá wa ti sọ, àwọn bàbá wa ti sọ tẹ́lẹ̀ ni pé bàbá wa ẹ má jẹ́ ká fi àwọn èèyàn wa sínú ewu o. Nípa wípé kò sí nǹkan tí àwọn tí wọ́n fẹ́ bá wa dulẹ̀ wa yìí, kò sí nǹkan tí wọ́n lè ṣe fún wa. Wọ́n lè ṣe mẹ́wàá o. Kí ni nǹkan tó jẹ́ kí n sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé tá bá wo 200 years ago tó ti tá bá lọ sẹ́yìn gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn bàbá wa, wọ́n jẹ́ kó yé wa pé àbí gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ṣe máa ń sọ láàárín àwọn tá a jẹ́ àwọn ọ̀dọ́ bí ẹgbẹ́ mi, mo máa ń jẹ́ kó yé wọn pé tá bá wo 200 years ago lọ, tó bá sọ fáwọn bàbá wa gbà yẹn pé ìran Yorùbá kan máa wà tó jẹ́ pé tí wọ́n bá kọjú ìbọn sí ipò máa sá lọ, àwọn bàbá wa yẹn á sọ pé láíláí kò lè ṣẹlẹ̀. But mélòó ẹ̀ làwọn á rí nìsín, mélòó ẹ̀ làá rí tó ti ń fi àdá pa, tó ń fìbọn pa, tó túmọ̀ sí pé a ti kọ bí Elédùmarè ṣe dá wa, a ti kọ sílẹ̀. So that ohun mo wá fẹ́ fàyọ nípa pé táwọn bàbá wa bá sọ pé kò sí nǹkan tí anybody lè ṣe, wọ́n lè ṣe mẹ́wàá o. Nítorí pé tí a bá ní ká wo ìhà tí ìran Yorùbá ti kọ sí ibi tá a ti jáde wá, a ti sọ lẹ́nu. Ẹ̀yin àgbàlagbà náà lẹ́dẹ̀ sọ pé ọmọ tó bá sọ lẹ́nu ó sọ àpò ìyàpọ̀. Ní last year nígbà tí wọ́n dá Ifá Ilé-Ifẹ̀, àdá ọkàn kí mo rántí yẹn náà, ọ̀sẹ̀ kànràn, yes, àdá ọ̀sẹ̀ kànràn. Ifá yìí jẹ́ kó yé wa pé Ọ̀rúnmìlà ní ọ̀sẹ̀ nǹkan, Ifá mo ní ọ̀sẹ̀ nǹkan. Tí Ifá yẹn ṣe lọ nìyẹn, Ọ̀rúnmìlà lọ́sẹ̀ nǹkan, Ifá mo lọ́sẹ̀ nǹkan. Ó ná Kàndélé alára, ó ṣekú pa lára. Ọ̀rúnmìlà ní ọ̀sẹ̀ nǹkan, Ifá mo lọ́sẹ̀ nǹkan. Ó ná Kàndélé ajérò, ó ṣekú pa ajérò. Tá bá ní ká wò gẹ́gẹ́ bí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, tá bá ní translation tá lè fún lásìkò yìí, a rí i pé àwọn Fúlàní wọ́n dé ilé àwọn Haúsá, a rí i pé wọ́n gbalẹ̀ wọn lọ́wọ́ wọn, tí kò sí nǹkan tí ìran Haúsá kan lè ṣe lásìkò yìí. Àwọn ni wọ́n ń jẹ ẹ́míà. ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì Ọ̀rúnmìlà lọ́sẹ̀ nǹkan Ifámú lọ́sẹ̀ nǹkan ó kàn dédé àjòdò a rí i pé operation yẹn náà ń gbé lọ ilẹ̀ Yíbò tó fi ń pa àwọn lọ́mọ náà lásìkò yìí Ọ̀rúnmìlà ló wá sọ pé ó rí òun ògbó pé ọ̀sẹ̀ ó kàn délé Aláró ṣekú pa ó délé Ajérò ṣekú pa Ajérò Ọ̀rúnmìlà wá mú ìjò kẹta wípé ohun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sí àwọn ará àwọn tó ń rò pé wọ́n lágbára ẹ̀ kò ṣẹlẹ̀ sóhun Ọ̀rúnmìlà dáfá sí wọn ní kọ́ Ọ̀rúnmìlà rúbọ o kí ogun yẹn má bàa gbé odù tá a dá ní láàsì ẹ̀ lélẹ́yìí àti ìdátọ́dún yìí sà tá a bá máa ń sọ nípa Ifá ti jẹ́ kó yé wa pé ohun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí Ifá ti jẹ́ kó yé wa kó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ tí kò dẹ̀ tí kò tí bùn tó báyìí gbà yẹn ara bí tó jẹ́ pé ó yẹ ká máa padà sí ká máa rántí pé Elédùmarè ti dá wa dáa Elédùmarè dá wa dáa ní àtòjẹ́ pé a nílò láti ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ lọ máa gbàṣẹ lọ́dọ̀ ẹnìkan ká tọ́ mọ ohun tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè sọ fúnran Yorùbá and then tí mo tún máa sọ ń bẹ̀ ni pé tí a bá fẹ́ mọ ìran wa a gbúdọ̀ máa kò sí ẹ̀sìn tá a nílò láti gbé dání a gbúdọ̀ máa mọ̀ nípa Ifá ló máa tọ́ wa sí ibi tá a ti wá Ifá ò ṣe nǹkan tí ò dáa ẹni tí ò bá mọ Fá gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ Yorùbá kò lè mọ̀ tán ẹ̀ ìwọ̀nba àtàn tó máa mọ̀ ní ìwọ̀nba àtàn tí èyìnbó nígbà tó yìnbó dé ìwọ̀nba àtàn tó ń tàn máa mọ̀ nìyẹn ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá ń sọ nípa origination of ilẹ̀ àmì gbogbo ayé Ifá ló máa jẹ́ kó yé wa màá sọ èyí máa dákẹ́.
ẹ ṣe gan ni ǹjẹ́ ó ṣeé ṣe fún yín láti bá ká sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́la sà lọ́la Monday lágbára Ọlọ́run.
Kélédùmarè ṣọ́ wa jọ̀lá lọ sà.
ẹ báwo ni mo ṣe máa gẹ́ẹ̀tì nọ́mbà yín àti ṣe máa sẹ́ǹdì ẹ̀ sí mi lórí chat.
Ok sà máa sẹ́ǹdì ẹ̀ lísìn sà.
sórí chat máa pè yín lọ́la bá lè mọ because area yẹn a gbọ́dọ̀ sọnù aláti ṣiṣẹ́ lórí ẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ bí lè pe àwọn tá à ń ṣiṣẹ́ secretariat Yorùbá sápè ní Central Office àwa náà la máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí encourage àwọn ènìyàn wa lórí nǹkan tẹ̀sán yẹn ṣé gan ni thank you very much ẹ send the number yín because àwọn bá lose contact lórí chat jẹ́ Nàìjíríà ilé wa àbí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni sà.
Ok ẹ ṣe sá ìjọba ṣẹ́ẹ̀dì mama expect ẹ níṣe ẹ ṣe bọ̀. bá a ṣe máa pèrè ẹ̀yàn tó a lè mọ bá a ṣe máa pe àwọ̀rọ̀ ní ṣàwọ̀rọ̀ ní àbí tí mo gẹ̀ẹ́tì ẹ̀. ẹ jẹ́ bá a sọ kí lórúkọ bá a lè ṣe pe orúkọ yín ẹ má bínú.
Orúkọ mi gangan ni ẹni ọ̀wọ̀ Ayédèrè Tàlàbí Àwòrò Ṣàṣà Àṣegbé nìnàgìjẹ tí mo fi sílẹ̀.
ẹni ọ̀wọ̀ Tàlàbí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo kí bàbá wa Professor Banji Akíntóyè o àgbà bàbá wa yìí á dalẹ̀ pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́ ikú tètè dé kò ní mọ́. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn náà tí ẹ̀rọ ìgbà yí wọn ká. Ṣẹ̀rí àwọn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa ti sọ ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn aṣíwájú ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan kan ni mo fẹ́ rọ̀ wá regarding mindset change. Ṣẹ̀rí gbà tí à ń compare ìran wa pẹ̀lú àwọn Jews wọ́n mú wa ohun tó dé lórí ká wá mọ̀ ohun ọlọ́mọ ayẹyẹ wa kò sára tí ìran Jew dá tí ìran Yorùbá kò ti dá kò sí iwájú lèrè ó ń bèrò wọ́n lè jù wá lọ ṣùgbọ́n a ò ń ṣẹ́ ní ẹ̀yìn púpọ̀ jù. Ibo lẹ dé gbogbo àgbáláyé tí òṣọmọ Yorùbá ló ń darí ẹ̀. Gbogbo Amẹ́ríkà ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá ló ń darí iléeṣẹ́ ńláńlá ọmọ Yorùbá ló wà níbẹ̀. À ń ṣiṣẹ́ lójú òfurufú à ń ṣiṣẹ́ lábẹ́ omi kò sí bí Yorùbá ò sí kí Fúlàní tó wá pa kádàrá wa dà Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ bá wa gba kádàrá wa padà sí dáadáa kúrò lọ́wọ́ wọn.
Kádàrá ara wọn padà kì í ṣe tiwa.
Ṣe rí nǹkan kan ni ó kù ká mú mọ́ àwa Yorùbá àwọn Fúlàní náà dẹ̀ mọ̀ wọn náà fẹ́ràn igbó mi ò lè wá kú attitude I cannot come and die attitude àwa Yorùbá gbọ́dọ̀ mú kúrò ẹ jẹ́ ká mú kúrò kí nǹkan kan tó pa fẹ́rẹ́fẹ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àti sá wọlé á lóun kò lè wá kú ẹni bá kú ní tiẹ̀ gbé lọ́tẹ̀ yìí a gbọ́dọ̀ mú yẹn kúrò nínú ìwà wa ẹ wo àwọn Ísírẹ́lì tó bá ti pé ọmọ ọdún 18 ó gbọ́dọ̀ lọ sí iṣẹ́ ológun kó tó gbà ẹ̀ gbọ́ngbọ́n wá ti kàwé dáàyè kan ó ti máa kọ́ wọn ní military drill kò sọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Ísírẹ́lì kan ṣoṣo tí ò mọ̀ bá ṣe ń gbébọn kò sí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá celebrity kìíní náà dẹ̀ wá gbé lọ lé ìjóníṣà Fúlàní dẹ̀ mọ̀ ọlọ́mọ ẹ̀kọ́ fi jó gbé wa lọ a gbọ́dọ̀ mú yẹn kúrò a gbọ́dọ̀ ṣetán láti kojú ogun o ṣe rí alàgbà mi tó sọ̀rọ̀ síwájú mi tí mo sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ yìí ó sọ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ o mi nìṣà tó nu púpọ̀ mọ́ o ìjọ ń pa wá lẹ̀ Yorùbá o àti gbogbo àwọn àṣà àjèjì ṣọ́rọ̀ mi yẹn yé wa a ní láti mú kúrò àwọn èèyàn wa ohun tó bá ti gbóná fẹ́rẹ́fẹ́ àlá ò fẹ́ kú ṣùgbọ́n lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí òótọ́ ni ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ti sọ lórí ìkànnì wípé bọ́sẹ̀ la máa gbà a ò lè gba kíní ìbọ́sẹ̀ o ẹ̀fẹ̀ ká tọ́ra wa jẹ o òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ bí sọkúsọ kò ṣeé gbà bọ́sẹ̀ olórí ẹrú kò ní jẹ́ kẹ́rù kó lọ bọ̀rọ̀ a sọ dìjà sọ dogun àdúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá wa tó ń bá àfọpọlọ tó ó níbi ọpọlọ gbédé o àwọn náà dẹ̀ ti róye wípé a ti fọpọlọ dè wọ́n a ti mú òfin wọn a ti dànù Ọlọ́run ti fún wa ní constitutional force majeure nípa ọpọlọ àwọn bàbá wa wọ́n rí pé a ti yí wọn lẹ́pọ̀ sẹ́yìn o lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọgbà o wọ́n á dàsá gidi o ẹ jẹ́ ká múra lẹ̀ a máa jagun o báà ní jagun kẹ́nikẹ́ni má sọ o ṣe rí gbogbo àwọn terrorist tí Buhari ti kó wọlé yẹn ó ti kó wọn síṣẹ́ ológun gbogbo àmọ̀ yẹn ó ti kó wọn sínú igbó gbogbo àmọ̀ yẹn wọ́n dẹ̀ ti pinnu tán pẹ̀lú Britain ìlú òṣì táwa yìí wípé ó máa pín sọ́nà mẹ́ta Fúlàní àkódà méjì àkódà kan fún Britain bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló ṣe rí bàbá náà ti sọ nínú ìtàn yẹn lára lè jagun òfin kò sí lẹ́yìn wọn ṣùgbọ́n jàgídíjàgan wà lẹ́yìn wọn ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ múra sílẹ̀ o ká má gbọ́ pé iṣẹ́ máa gbà bọ́sẹ́ o ọlọ́mọ ẹ̀ka kú fọ́tàyọ o.
ẹ ṣé gan ni sà.
a ní láti lọ múra ogun sílẹ̀ a ní láti lọ múra ogun sílẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan kan tó rú mi lójú ni wípé ìjọba ti ń bá ètò ìbọ̀ bí àwọn àǹjọ̀nú ló ń fi owó sọ̀pọ́ọ̀tì ètò ìní o bí àwọn áńgẹ́lì látọ̀run a ò mọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n agbára àfọwọ́n tó ń fowó sọ̀pọ́ọ̀tì ètò ìpínkọ́lọ́ tó wọ́n ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ a ń fẹ́ ja ìjà tó tó yìí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá a ò tiẹ̀ níbi kankan tá à ń dáwó jàgídíjàgan sí a ò ní àpò kan tá à ń dá owó ogun sí àti owó ọ̀tẹ̀ bá a bá ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ ọpọlọ ó yẹ ká ti máa dáwó ogun jọ a ò dá a ṣe wá sọ £5 ó yẹ ká ti jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ èmi pé àwọn kan nígbà kan mi ní dárúkọ ṣùgbọ́n a máa gbóhùn mi níbí mo ní ẹ̀tí ẹ̀jọ̀ ẹgbà wá ẹ bá pe Májàsọ́lá ẹ bá pe Professor Banji Akíntóyè ẹ jẹ́ ká pe àwọn lóko ilẹ̀ Yorùbá táwọn aláyé lè gbọ́kàn tẹ̀ nípa ẹ̀dáwó ká ṣètò ká má dáwó jọ ẹ̀dáwó jọ òun ni Biafra náà fi ń ṣe gudugudu méje ẹ̀dáwó jọ àwa ò dáwó jọ ó bá ní kò ìbá jẹ́ o bó wáyé pé nínú ìjókòó yìí náà láti máa ṣe ètò ẹ̀ bá a ṣe ń ṣe yìí ilẹ̀ Odùduwà deserve ju £5 lọ. A ní láti máa dá owó gidigidi. Wọ́n ní AK-47 lọ́wọ́ tó pọ̀ jaburata. Mi rò pa ní kankan. Ó bà ní kò bàjẹ́ o. Mi rò pa ní kankan. Gbogbo àwọn ajìjàgbara nílé wọ́n ti jẹ oògùn inú wọn ti fẹ́ bẹ́. Àánú wọn ti ẹ̀rẹ̀ ń ṣe wá. Gbogbo jẹkújẹ yẹn ń jẹ ibi tí ẹ ń jẹ sí. Àwa tá a ní agitation group àmọye tá a ná ṣùgbọ́n àmọ́ bí a máa fowó ti ohun ìjà tó dáa àmọ́ bá máa fi sí àmọ́ bá ṣe máa rí. Ẹ má ká jókòó lórí wípé Ọlọ́run ti bá wa gbà ó Dangote ti kọ́lé lẹ̀ o níṣà máa yá bọ́ sínú ibẹ̀ o as landlord o ẹnìkan ti kọ́lé epo o níṣà máa bọ́ kò ní lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ o kò lè bá bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ rárá. Ẹni kò ní lẹ́rú kò ní jẹ́ ká fi ara ìfẹ̀rọ̀ lọ. Torí náà nǹkan ó bá kó ìbàjẹ́ o ò fẹ́ gbà níyànjú ẹ jẹ́ ká tètè ṣètò ká má dáwó ogun.
Ẹ ṣe pọ̀ sà ṣé à ń gbọ́ mi.
Torí mo ń bọ̀ o kí n tó ṣẹnu ní délé síbí o gbogbo terrorist yẹn wọn náà ti fẹ́ ra sọ last week náà ń béèrè Buhari á lè command wọn ogun ìmọ̀ àbẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ má kó bá a lójijì ẹ̀ka má dáwọ́ ogun ájú wa ṣe o ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́ o.
Àṣẹ ẹ ṣé pọ̀ ṣé ẹ lè pè wá lọ́la sà.
Màá pè yín lọ́la ẹ bá mi fi nọ́mbà tí mo lè contact ọ́fíìsì yín sí.
Òun náà ni a ti display mo tún máa display lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí a ti gbé sójú screen lẹ́ẹ̀kan bóyá ẹ̀rí ìgbà tẹ́ ẹ sọ̀rọ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Nọ́mbà ni màá gbé sórí screen nísìnyí nọ́mbà office tí anybody bá fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ pẹ̀lú central office anywhere in the world ẹ pè nọ́mbà yẹn nọ́mbà tó yẹ kólúkàkù ní nọ́mbà office ni anything tó bá affect ọmọ Yorùbá ó affect office yìí o nọ́mbà yẹn nìyẹn 7799-127 anything whatsoever kẹ́ tó pọ̀ ọlọ́pàá ẹ pè ọ́fíìsì yín ẹ pè Yorùbá ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ náà ti ń rí àtúnṣe báyìí sí ayé wọn lórí ìtẹ̀síwájú àti àṣẹ lórí eléyìí tẹ́ ń sọ nípa ìdáwó fún kínní iṣẹ́ mọ̀ a lè sọ pé à ń dáwó fógun a lè sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ má dàgbà pé àwọn nǹkan tá à ń ṣe wọ̀nyí rìkọ́dì tá à ń ṣe ó wà live ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn ló ń gbọ́ all over the world so a dáwó fún ogun a jagun anybody but a lè defend ara wa èèyàn lè defend ara ẹ̀ òfin gbà fún ènìyàn tí wọ́n fẹ́ pààyàn kéèyàn dọ́jà ara ẹ̀ àbí kó tètè pààyàn tó fẹ́ pa ẹ́ tí wọ́n bá pa ẹ́ wàá dẹ̀ prove pé mo defend ara mi ni Yorùbá ò bá anybody já ogun ṣùgbọ́n a lè defend ara wa bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bó ṣe rí nìyẹn so ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo ti fi nọ́mbà yẹn sórí kìnìkẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kẹ́ pè lọ́la agbára Ọlọ́run ẹ ṣé gan ni sir thank you very much. Mọ́mí Miss Chief Lawal ẹ kú ọjọ́ mẹ́ta mà.
Ẹ kú ọjọ́ mẹ́ta ẹ kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun.
Rí yóò fọ́tò là ń wo.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ ṣáàṣì òun náà ní fọ́tò yẹn náà ni ẹ ṣì máa wò bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn.
Okay, all right.
Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ well done. A lot have been said ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan làwọn èèyàn ti sọ but one or two things ni mo kàn fẹ́ chip in sí. Number one mi mọ̀ bóyá Ọláyọmí Kóìkì ó ṣì wà around. Kí ni ṣé URL ni wọ́n ń pè ní kí ni ti.
Ó wà around. Kí lẹ pé?
Kí ni signatures yẹn?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Kí ni ẹni tó ṣe IT person tó bá wọn ṣe yẹn? Ṣe mọ̀ pé HTTP láìsí S níbẹ̀ ó mì pé kíní yẹn wà insecured. But that is why anything tó bá ti jẹ́ HTTP lásán wọ́n máa rò wípé bóyá scam ni. So mo rò pé yẹn ló ń confuse àwọn Facebook. Then later I think I mentioned it to Ọláyọmí náà ń gbà yẹn but òun sọ ìwé kìíní but mo rò pé nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn. But HTTP yẹn wọ́n ní ọ̀nà but mo rò pé wọ́n ti wá adjust ẹ̀ wọ́n ti wá sọ di HTTPS. wọ́n ti wá fi S sí bọ́ tí ò bá sí S níbẹ̀ ó mì pé kò secure nìyẹn bọ̀ tí S bá ti wà níbẹ̀ S bá ti wà pẹ̀yìn HTTP yẹn ó mì pé ó ti wà secured nìyẹn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni wọ́n ti change ẹ̀ sí gbọ́dọ̀ kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní HTTP but wọ́n ti change ẹ̀ sí HTTPS nísìnyí.
Yẹ níyẹn ṣe bàbá ńlá mistake.
Téèyàn báyìí type HTTP kìíní kan ó máa lọ sí S ó máa gbéjà ó máa change sí secured one immediately automatically.
Okay tó máa ti amend it which is fine. Yẹn ti bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Number 2 question lè máa lọ sọ́dọ̀ àwọn bàbá Báṣẹ̀gùn. We said it's easier said than done gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn olóyìnbó. Tí wọ́n a lè declare Yorùbá nation a lè declare Yorùbá nation báwo la ṣe fẹ́ declare Yorùbá nation gbogbo àwọn embargo tó wà lọ́nà yìí ńkọ́ àwọn governors wọ̀nyí ńkọ́ gbogbo àwọn Fúlàní tó fi yí wa po ní non strategic places wọ̀nyí ńkọ́ how easy is it? It's easier said than done. Nǹkan tí mo fi sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ nìyẹn gbogbo àwọn governors wọ̀nyí ńkọ́ kí la ti fẹ́ tán wà ní kí la ti fẹ́ ṣe without them how can we do it? So gbogbo nǹkan wọ̀nyẹn ni mo ń rò because àkànlé máa sọ̀rọ̀ kákan máa múnú ara wa dùn ká máa múnú ara wa dùn ó dáa ká máa múnú ara wa dùn but let's face the reality ọ̀nà àbáyọ náà ni gbogbo wa ń wá báyìí ọ̀nà àbáyọ ni so ìyẹn ni mo kàn fẹ́ bí wọ́n léèrè pé kí la ti fẹ́ ṣe can we do it without these people? Ṣáàlì ṣó ṣe ká ṣe ni láì àwọn people wọ̀nyí láì jẹ́ pé I mean they are like the end block now so to me but Ọlọ́run kò sí tọ́lọ́run ò lè mú kúrò so kí la fẹ́ ṣe is it possible to do it without them to declare it without them so ìyẹn ni ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo ní one or two things tí mo fẹ́
bẹ̀rẹ̀. mo fi wà straightforward ṣé mọ̀ pé àwọn nǹkan tá a bá sọ níbí kò lè jẹ́ breakdown of how to go about it. I can jẹ́ like a topic mission or what we expect and aim kind of generally speaking. Then the strategy and then the plan and then the delivery another level ní kì í ṣe lórí public discussion tá à ń ṣe báyìí. But definitely mo mọ̀ wípé bá ṣe sọ yẹn àwọn tó yẹ kó mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ wọ́n ti mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀. Ṣé ẹ get mi mọ̀? Mo lè
wò ẹ má bínú pé mo kọ́ tì ní o ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn bíbí yẹn gọ́vnà àwọn tó wà níjọba ń sìn wọn lè involve nínú kíní ó lè ní wọn o kò sí báyìí ṣe ológbò tí ò ní jẹun tí ò jẹun jíjẹ o ẹ tán bá bí tó lógbò bá bímọ ọmọ tó bá bí ẹ má fi ṣọ́ra nídìí ó máa jíjẹ gbẹ̀yìn ni o ẹ má ti ẹ̀rù tiwọn tọ́lọ́ bá tó bá sásìkò tó máa yẹ ẹsẹ̀ wọn lákọ̀ gbogbo àṣeṣe ẹ ṣáà máa bá àwọn tá à ń ṣe lọ fún àwọn náà máa yọra kó lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó bá yá máa bí wọn ṣe jẹ́.
ẹ ṣe mọ̀ ilé ìta sọ kò involve àwọn tó wà ń bẹ̀ nísìnyí àti sọ̀rọ̀ tiwọn sẹ́yìn àwọn tó wà involve lórí ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá àwọn ló máa parí iṣẹ́ yìí kò concern governor àwọn gan ló yẹ kó ṣe nǹkan tá à ń ṣe yìí àwọn governor wọn yẹn àwọn gan ló yẹ kó ṣe àwọn gan ló yẹ kí jẹ́ pé wọ́n mọ̀ iṣẹ́ wọn tọkàntọkàn ni ìgbàlà àwọn ọmọ tí wọ́n wà lórí wọn tó ń jọba tó ń ṣe governor lé lórí ó yẹ kó ká wọn lára ju owó tó ń gbà láti Àbújá lọ.
kò lè ká wọn lára bọ́dà mi.
wọn fi ẹ̀mí ṣe ó lè
ẹ má fọkàn sọ́dọ̀ àwọn yẹn.
òun náà ti sọ pé àfọkàn sọ́dọ̀ wọn àbí ẹgbọ́n mi sà wọ́n pààyàn nínú bọ́ọ̀sì ẹgbọ́n mi sà wọ́n pààyàn nínú bọ́ọ̀sì o ò lè lọ wo fámílì ẹni tó kú ó sọ pé kìkan ẹ kì í ṣe bọ́ọ̀sì ẹ kì í ṣe bọ́ọ̀sì gọ́fọ́mẹ̀ntì ìyẹn sọ yẹn fún àwọn ènìyàn ìyẹn sọ ọmọ àdìdì ní sọnù ṣe irú àwọn yẹn la máa lọ bá ní ẹjọ́ kò sí.
ẹ pa tí wọn ti ẹ máa bá kọtẹ ìṣẹ Ọlọ́run gbàdúrà yín Ọlọ́run ti gbàdúrà.
Honorable Bọ́lájí Amódù thank you ma Chief Lawal ẹ ṣé ma.
òbúrú èmi àti yín a máa sọ̀rọ̀.
ẹ jọ̀ọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ọ̀sán ọ̀la afọ̀la fún láti catch up lórí àwọn nǹkan tá a ti plan báyìí ẹ̀yin ẹ̀ lè kẹta tá a máa jọ discuss strategy lọ́la.
Yes
ma. Honorable Amódù over to you ma.
Okay sir ẹ ṣé sir mo dúpẹ́ fún gbogbo akitiyan yín lórí ọ̀rọ̀ nípa ilẹ̀ Yorùbá wa. Mo kàn fẹ́ gbà wá níyànjú pé lọ́wọ́ tẹ́ àwà yìí ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn èèyàn ni wọ́n ti ń lo àwọn líǹkì forum wọ́n kàn máa ń pìkì orúkọ or numbers so mo fẹ́ ká wàwíà nípa ẹ̀ níjẹjọ èèyàn kan send message sí mi ó dẹ̀ pè mí lẹ́yìn ó kọ́kọ́ pè ó sọ fún mi pé òun ni admin ìlànà ọmọ Oòduà láti Nàìjíríà pé meeting wà lọ́la. Mo dẹ̀ rọra dákẹ́, mo kọ́kọ́ listen sí. Mo ní admin ò ní so pé the next thing tó máa sọ ló ní ṣé mo ti rí link yẹn, òun ti send ẹ̀, kí n kàn rọra tap lérí ẹ̀ ni. Nígbà tí màá rí, mo rí pé scam ni. So màá rọ̀ wá wípé kí gbogbo wa ká make sure tá bá fẹ́ máa wo nǹkan tí ò bá ń ṣe ẹgbẹ́ tá a wà, tá a ti mọ àwọn èèyàn dáadáa, tán send tí àwọn admin wa send link sí wa, ẹ má jẹ́ ká máa open any link anyhow. Ẹgbẹ́ lágbájá ń ṣe gbá kan ni, ẹgbẹ́ tàmẹ̀dù ń ṣe nǹkan kan ni, ká sọ pé mo lọ ṣí link yẹn ni. Gbogbo àwọn tó wà lórí group tí mo wà ni wọn bá ti hack, tó jẹ́ pé gbogbo everything, gbogbo àwọn tó ń ṣe 419 yẹn ni. So ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run, Olúwa ò ní jẹ́ ká ṣiṣẹ́. Ibi tá à ń lọ, Olúwa á dẹ̀ mú wa débẹ̀. So that's just my little nǹkan tí mo rí, tí mo ní kí n fi wà létí. So kó má jẹ́ pé gbogbo link tá bá rí lákọ̀ máa ṣe ẹgbẹ́ ilé tí ń ṣe lé, ẹ jẹ́ ká sáré sí. Tí ò bá ń ṣe nǹkan ẹgbẹ́ téèyàn tó kànyàn gbọ̀ngbọ̀n, tó bá tiẹ̀ kànyàn gan, link ẹni tó send sí admin ẹ máa ti mọ àwọn admin tẹ̀ ti jọ wà lórí ẹgbẹ́. So nǹkan tí mo ní kí n sọ nìyẹn sir. Ẹ ṣé sir.
Thank you very much for the notice. But àwọn èèyàn wa ti mọ̀ anyway, in some of us, but àwọn tí ò bá ti mọ̀ nísìn, anybody tó bá pè yín wípé àwọn nípàdé kan bí kan, òun làdìmí kan, àbí pé kò tẹ̀ ṣàdìmí pé kẹ́ ka nọ́mbà kan fún lórí WhatsApp, ẹ má ka nọ́mbà for anybody o. Tẹ́ bá ti fún wọn nọ́mbà yín báyìí, wọ́n fẹ́ change WhatsApp yín, wọ́n á change ẹ̀ sí nọ́mbà tiwọn. Àwọn ti ní nọ́mbà kan lọ́hùn, tó wọ́n á wá replace ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú nọ́mbà tí, so nọ́mbà tí tó wà lórí platform yẹn á yọ kúrò, nọ́mbà tí wọ́n ló máa wà ń bẹ̀. So wọ́n wá ní access. Tẹ́ bá wà ní 20 platform, gbogbo nọ́mbà 20 platform nọ́mbà yẹn á yọ kúrò ń bẹ̀. Àwọn nọ́mbà tí wọ́n ló máa wà ń bẹ̀. Ṣé mọ̀ pé tí ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ change phone ẹ̀, bó ṣe máa ń ṣe nìyẹn, ìyẹn á lọ sórí WhatsApp, the new phone yẹn á sọ pé okay, go to your old phone and key in the number you will see there. So àwọn wà níbi kan somewhere, wọ́n á pe WhatsApp pé àwọn fẹ́ change nọ́mbà tiyín sí nọ́mbà tiwọn. WhatsApp á wá send code sí yín sórí nọ́mbà tiyín pé kẹ́ confirm pé ẹ̀yin ni. So wọ́n á wá pè yín pé kẹ́ confirm fún wọn. Tẹ́ bá ti lè fún wọn, wọ́n ti change, wọ́n ti gba nọ́mbà yín lọ́wọ́ yín nìyẹn lórí WhatsApp. So ẹ má sọ nọ́mbà yín anything for anybody. Ẹ má sọ pé ÒKÈBÍỌ wọ́n ṣe party, wọ́n ṣe meeting kan, wọ́n ṣe bákan, ẹ̀rọ ní gbogbo ẹ̀. Ẹ sọ pé okay, ẹ ti gbọ́, ẹ máa béèrè lọ́wọ́ pastor. Ṣé ẹ̀yin ni pastor ՕKÈBÍỌ? Wọ́n sọ pé ẹ̀yin kọ́, àwọn kọ́, ẹ kàn drop ní sorry o. Ẹ bá dẹ̀ fẹ́ bínú sí wọn, ẹ lè pe iná lé wọn lórí. Ẹ pe fire. Ẹ pe iná lé wọn lórí, kò ní pè mọ́. Yọ nọ́mbà yẹn á yọ kúrò. Bó ṣe rí nìyẹn. Thank you sir, Honorable Amodu. We'll be more careful. Mo fi Google connection bí tá ti máa rí logo yìí download. Mo fi sórí platform wa nísìn. Everybody kó lọ. Ilé ìlà fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sódà gbogbo àwọn ènìyàn wa, èyí tí wọ́n fi bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ ní fruit wa, igi wa kò sí lábẹ́ kíní mọ́, ó ti yọ jáde báyìí. Ìtumọ̀ logo yìí nìyẹn tẹ́ ń wò níwájú yín báyìí. Yorùbá ti ń change mindset because àti jáde báyìí o. Ẹ jẹ́ kí logo yẹn lọ download ẹ̀, ó wà lórí chat. Tẹ́ bá ti click chat link yẹn á gbé lọ sí Google Drive, ibi tó wà yẹn. You can download it, you can take a picture of it, and so on and so forth. Okay, so thank you. Oh, Mayor, over to you.
Mo kí ẹ̀yin bàbá mi, mo kí ẹ̀yin ìyá mi, mo kí ẹ̀yin ẹ̀gbọ́n mi, mo kí gbogbo wa pátápátá. Kò ní sú wa, kò ní rẹ̀ wá. Mo dẹ̀ fi kíkí yẹn kí bàbá Pastor ՕKÈBÍỌ. Mo á fi kí gbogbo Professor Banji AKÍNTÓYÈ, Ìgbòho Òòṣà. Kò ní sú gbogbo alágbára Ọlọ́run tó dẹ̀ gbé wa dé stage yìí kò ní padà, torí pé Ọlọ́run ló ń bá wa ṣe, kò ń ṣe èèyàn. Mo ní much tí màá sọ náà ni wípé àwa táwa wà nílé, la mọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń face lórí ọ̀rọ̀ mi ni signing of the petition, because I believe everything has a step. Stage tá dẹ̀ wá sí níbi ká sign petition, ìgbà tí ṣìbò ti lọ, àdúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run kan ti jáde láyà tàlàfíà. Gbogbo focus wa nísìn anything wa òun ni wípé ká lè meet up even above that 5 million, 36 million lèmi máa ń pariwo. So gbogbo bá dẹ̀ máa ṣe ṣe ọwọ́ àwa tá wà nílé, because tó bá sí courage, tó bá sí support, torí mo gbọ́ wọn tí Pastor Òkèbíọ̀run sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan tó ní bí wọ́n pé ìyàwó onítìrì wọ́n sọ wípé kọ́ máa support. There is no way tí wọ́n ní support àwọn èèyàn lé, because ẹlòmíì gan kò róúnjẹ jẹ débi kò fẹ́ràn ọmọ lọ school. So there is no way ó dẹ̀ fẹ́ transport from one place nígbà kóun lọ máa sign petition, ó máa ní owó, ó máa need owó tó yẹn bí àpò máa fi ṣe àwọn nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. So ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká fi yẹn ṣe number 1 target láti lè focus. But nǹkan tèmi kàn máa ń sọ fáwọn èèyàn ni pé lóòótọ́ àwọn scam pọ̀, kọ́ send tó bá yẹ pé ń rú wọn lójú, kọ́ send delegate bóyá bí èèyàn méjì nàbí èèyàn kan tó wọn máa look after gbogbo àwọn ẹni tó dẹ̀ máa mọ̀ pé iṣẹ́ ń lọ gidigidi. Ok, ewúro àná nísìnyí gbogbo àná yẹn, àná náà ni yes tá a wà lémi ní kíní láti èmi ní Ìlarò, àkúrò ńlárò, a lọ sọ́jà Ọ̀dàn, láti ọjà Ọ̀dàn a lọ sí Asá, láti Asá lọ sí Màgbọ̀n, bẹ́ẹ̀ la ṣe ń lọ. Ìgbà tó stage kan tẹ́ wá tún ní ká máa lọ sínú wọn ní pé mọ́tò ìgbà kan àwo kan, àtọ́rí pé kò dẹ̀ ṣàwàlà ní mọ́tò, ẹni yẹn yá wá mọ́tò ni. So ẹni yẹn wọ́n ní pé bàtà lọ yá mọ́tò ìyá ẹ̀kọ́ àsán pé ibi kankan lọ ní a máa dé, but èmi mò ń pọ̀ sí wọn kọjá ká dé báyìí ká ṣàṣe wọn tá a máa ṣe, bọ́ torí pé kò sí mọ́tò tá a máa lò. So yẹn so nǹkan tó ń fà tó fi ń dàbẹ̀ pé a padà nìyẹn. Ẹ wo ẹ báyìí náà bá rí life yẹn, ẹ máa rí àdúró petition tá a sign lánàá fáwọn èèyàn náà, àwọn èèyàn dùn. So bàbá bold láti jáde torí a máa ní transportation àbí kìnnìkan. So yẹn àwọn èèyàn rí láti jáde, bọ̀ ká níbẹ̀ ṣe lọ gbé mọ́tò lẹ́sẹ̀ every state ni pé mọ́tò yìí o ẹ fi máa lọ kẹ́ lọ máa ṣe nǹkan báyìí, ẹ máa rírò tó máa ti ń bá mọ́tò yẹn kò tún ní tó. So àwọn èèyàn ready àti ṣiṣẹ́, but there is no support láti lè fi máa lọ from one place to another. Ló fi ń dà mí pé wọ́n bá wa fíù tá a dẹ̀ ní lọ́kàn gidi tá a dúró tó bí a kó ṣe máa fún wa lówó tó dé wá máa ṣe nǹkan lẹ́rìí tá à ń jáde tá à ń ṣe tá a lè ṣe, torí everybody kò lè jókòó. Àwọn kan gbọ́dọ̀ máa encourage àwọn èèyàn. So ẹjọ́ lórí mi ni support yẹn ó wà very important. Then ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì òun ni èmi ní court sitting tí a fẹ́ ṣe lémi ní Ọ̀ṣun àti Èkìtì. The same mistake tá a ṣe lémi ní ti ṣe Sunday Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho kò ti ní dákú tó repeat rẹ̀ lélẹ̀, because nígbà yẹn èmi Ajíkòbí bẹ́ẹ̀ là ń lọ sí èmi ní court, but which nígbà tẹ̀yìn bí wọ́n kò sáwọn tẹ́wọ́ kó máa lè gbé mọ́tò lẹ́yìn pé ìwọ̀nba nǹkan tá a bá lè rí la máa fi débẹ̀. Even máa lọ́ọ̀yà yẹn láti máa sọ fún wa wípé ẹ̀yin tẹ́ pé ẹ̀yin lè mọ̀ tó yẹ kẹ́ wá jókòó káwọn bá wa níbẹ̀, àwọn làwọn ń ṣáájú àwa débẹ̀. So tó rẹ̀ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ká níbẹ̀ pé good structure ti wà ńlẹ̀ ní lórí èmi láti gbé mọ́tò sí every state. Wọ́n ti mọ̀ pé bó jẹ́ 18 passenger ni once tó bá ti lè kún ẹ máa gbé yẹn lọ síbi tẹ́ bá fẹ́ lọ. Bó jẹ́ another state ni kéèmì ni bí i 18 passenger kó kúrò ní gbogbo làbí àbí 7 states àbí 6 states tẹ́ ń pẹ́ a ní ó lọ sẹ́mi ní odindi Ọ̀ṣun yẹn nìkan. Adájọ́ tó fẹ́ dájọ́ ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ gan-an wò pé àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ti ṣetán láti lọ lóòótọ́ o. So the same thing goes to èmi ní Èkìtì, because Èkìtì bóyá wà ní nígbà tá a fẹ́ lọ ṣe mineral lè ń bẹ̀ àmọ́ wọn tó ṣẹlẹ̀ because wà ní curfew wọ́n place ẹ̀yìn wọn lórí bọ̀bọ́ yẹn pé shift dé báyìí wà láìtàláì bẹ́ẹ̀ bí ṣe lọ́lọ́ ń wọn jáde ni òun lè ròyìn yẹn ti ń bá àwọn agbọ̀n níbi tá a máa dúró sí. So kẹ́ lè mọ̀ wípé àwọn èèyàn wọ́n ready àti dúró fún Yorùbá nation, but the lack of financial support, the lack of èmi làwọn structure tẹ́ pọ́ gbọ́dọ̀ gbé kalẹ̀ láti lè jẹ́ ká lè tẹ̀ achieve nǹkan tí a fẹ́. Torí mostly ẹlòmíì tẹ́ bá pè á ní ọgbẹ́ni wo ebi ń pa àwọn òtí yàbí kíní kan tẹ́ bá mọ̀ pé máa gbé mọ́tò lẹ̀ kájọ jáde kò sí wàhálà ṣe orúkọ bẹ́ẹ̀. So those are the things tẹ́ pé à ń lag behind. So ẹjọ́ nítorí ẹ bá structure èmi ní sitting tí wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe lémi ní Ọ̀ṣun àti because tọ́ba ti lè successful láti lọ yá pé wọ́n lọ jẹ́ pé dájọ́ yẹn lọ ṣe yamayama, tọ́ba ti lè kọ̀ǹdó ti èmi ní Ọ̀ṣun tó ti wo tèkìtì ó ti lọ ọmọ àṣẹ election, but in order láti má lè jẹ́ college election gbogbo àwọn tó bá wà ń dà ẹ wá channel gbogbo focus yín lórí báwo la fẹ́ ṣe èmi ní mobility everybody tó máa kúrò from every state lọ sí èmi níbẹ̀ yẹn jọ yẹn. So èmi bí lè pẹ̀lú nǹkan méjì yẹn a máa achieve nǹkan tá à ń fẹ́. Ẹ ṣe gan torí pé field làwa wà níbí báyìí àdẹ́rìn bó ṣe ń lọ so bóyá jẹ́ nìyẹn. Ẹ ṣe gan ṣe gan ma.
Yeah, thank you very much. Màá bá Àkóìkí sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ ṣe because àti báyìí sọ̀rọ̀ náà láàárín ọ̀sẹ̀ àbí or last week ṣe rántí mo ní pé a máa discuss ẹ̀ léni. Ṣé tẹ bring it up So it's not new. Me ati Koiki ati Buki, Sister Buki. Mo dada abi.
Mo down, my John Shisheni, we are team.
She mo party just now.
Benny.
Yes. So I'll get back see. You know, until I forget more actually money brother Koiki mention for listen. So just go ahead.
All right, sir.
All right. We'll get across to you during the week.
Okay, sir.
All right. Right, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, I'm finally.
Attentively.
Oh, Buki, Sister Buki, you are finally here. What happened? We've been calling your name.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just like sort of calling some others, sir, but I'm here.
No. Twice. In fact, a long time called and waited for you to take over.
When you called me, I was actually at work, so.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. That was at the beginning.
Yeah.
I also called towards the end, you know. Anyway, okay, you wanted to respond to Mayor.
Yes, we are working hard. We actually have, I don't know if I can actually share my screen to show some videos of how the people that are, you know, really working hard to sign this 5 million petition. There are evidential facts that they are working hard, but I'm afraid that they do seriously need support in terms of, you know, buying phone cards. I mean, like, yeah, buying phone cards and stuff like that.
Yeah, you can share your screen.
Yeah, okay, let me share my screen. Maybe some support in terms of, commuting from one location to the other. They are actually working as groups. So, you know, we from YNN, we actually set up the platform. So only those that are very serious are actually, okay, I'll share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I see your WhatsApp screen.
My WhatsApp screen. So these are just some of the videos just to show evidence of how they are signing this, you know, just very actively engaging.
So after carrying here alone, carry gbogbo Yoruba, get him more. So by the time tí wọ́n bá máa ṣe referendum pé ó yá o, ṣé fẹ́ Yoruba, àbẹ́fẹ́ yes or no, question for me. Yes or no, mo fẹ́ Yoruba, mo fẹ́ kò ní tètè báyé lágbo. Gbogbo question tá ìṣe yà lè máa Yorùbá lè wá máa ṣe fún. Wọ́n ṣe sọ pé ká wá, ká ṣe ilé ìfún gbogbo àwọn èèyàn wa. Ní mo kan tí Sunday Igboho ṣe.
Okay, so that's just a video. I'll see if I can get some more samples just to show how hardworking they are.
Wọ́n tún jáde láti máa kọ pé ó yẹ ẹ̀kọ́ orúkọ ní o, ẹ̀kọ́ báwo láti sọ pé wọ́n ṣe dájọ́ ẹlòmíì tó bá ṣe láti Nàìjíríà fine, ṣùgbọ́n 5 million.
Bọ́dà mi bò lẹ lọ.
5 million.
Okay. Daddy Moise. Pé Moise náà jáde lórí pé 18 years. Okay.
So, òun náà ṣe jáde wá, wọ́n jáde wá sí láti.
Ọmọ Yorùbá bẹ́ẹ̀ ni, ọmọ Òjò Agídí ni wá o. Ọmọ dàdúró ni.
Ọmọ Fúlàní ló wà ní wọ́n fún yẹn, millions wa.
Àwa là ń bá àwọn Haúsá.
Àwọn tá à ń bọ̀ wọ̀nyí, torí ẹ̀ ló ṣe jẹ́ wọ́n lè máa lọ, wọ́n fẹ́ wọ́n pọ̀. Wọ́n máa sọ́dọ̀ ogun, àwọn náà sọ́dọ̀ ogun fún wa. Torí pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni a ti defend ilé wa, àwọn náà máa defend. Bàbá mi èèyàn pé ó lè jagun ọ.
that will separate the
Okay, I'll see if I can find some more videos on this platform. You know, it's amazing how, you know, just by you know, opening this platform and just calling on a few very dedicated Yorubas that really want to have their nation, you know, how they have just come together, and you know, the love and the you know, the comradeship is just amazing that they are doing this, that they're so determined to want to have to get these signatories. And but I think that in terms of the financial support, they definitely definitely need it. I'm just going through some of the samples that are I mean, there are some going into churches. I'll just see if I can find some more on the platform. Quite a few samples on here. I mean, these are all the workers that you know, that are on this platform, that they are actually working.
I'll get that. How are you? Good. I'll start, okay? Yeah.
Please bear with me.
The Director of Intelligence and Surveillance, is Assistant General of àwọn ẹgbẹ́ tó ń wá láti ẹgbẹ́ kìíní ọtí nísà ODF ẹgbẹ́ tí nísà ìṣọ̀kan Yorùbá Foundation ẹgbẹ́ tí nísà ẹgbẹ́ tí nísà Yorùbá ní lọ́gbọ̀gbà Yorùbá lè sọ̀rọ̀ afẹ́ láti bàjẹ́ yọ̀ọ̀kan náà àgbàkà Yorùbá local government Yorùbá lè sọ̀rọ̀ láti àpò wọ́n lè sọ̀rọ̀ láti àpò Oòduà Reality Organization. Èmi náà fún ara mi náà láti inú ẹgbẹ́ Yorùbá Nation Global. Nígbà tí àwọn ọ̀gá wa náà ẹ sọ Oòduà Defenders Yorùbá Defenders. Náà gbogbo àwọn ìwé tí láti inú ẹgbẹ́ Emasculating. So gbogbo àwọn ìwé tí àwọn èèyàn kó wá fún gbogbo àwọn ìwé tó ti wá fún wa lélẹ́yìí láti rí pé nǹkan tó ti kọ gan-an pé wọ́n ti gbà wá láti ilé bẹ́ẹ̀ látòkìtì palẹ̀ lẹ́wọ̀n yìí nǹkan tó ti kó wá ní àwọn àkókò wà níbẹ̀ Ondo East nílé yìí lóríṣiríṣi bẹ́ẹ̀ Àkúrẹ́ South lẹ́wọ̀ yìí Ìdànrè ìfẹ́dọ̀rẹ́ gan wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ìfẹ́dọ̀rẹ́ náà tún wà bí. Sọ ká má dọ̀nà pẹ́ nítorí àkókò wa gbogbo nǹkan wọ̀nyí náà kó wá wọ́n dẹ̀ ń ṣiṣẹ́ lọ síbẹ̀ o. A rí pé tẹ́lẹ̀ fóònù là ń lò ẹ rí pé a ti dé laptop ń sìn iṣẹ́ gan là ń ṣe lọ́nbí nítorí náà àwa fẹ́ kí ṣe ìfọ̀rọ̀wánilẹ́nuwò fún wọn látọ̀dọ̀ olùdarí ẹgbẹ́ àpapọ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo níta máa bi wọ́n náà ní pé ọ̀gá wa ẹ máa kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun lórí ọ̀rọ̀ petition fún referendum gbígba òmìnira orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ìbúlẹ̀ bá iṣẹ́ dé gan.
Lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ìmọ̀ ní pé tí a bá ṣe ní ìṣòro ìlú a ti pín àwọn ènìyàn wa a ní 18 local government ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo a dẹ̀ rí pé a gbọ́dọ̀ ṣiṣẹ́ dé gbogbo àwọn àpàtúnyòrò àti gbogbo àkókò site so àti wá afúnra wa ní ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ láti rí wípé àwọn míì wà tó jẹ́ pé tá a bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ kò yé wọn a gbọ́dọ̀ dúró ká bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ nínú ọjà ní church níbi kí ká bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ kó lè yé wọn kó tó dé pé lórí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ mo lè sọ pé 95% àwọn kò tí ì mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nípa ìforúkọsílẹ̀ yìí so ìdí rẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé a fi ní àpapọ̀ ìlérí tá a fi ní ìpàdé tá a fi ṣe orientation tá a bára wọn sọ̀rọ̀ tá a kọ́ra wa gbogbo bá jáde sáàárín ìgboro bá ṣe máa báwọn ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ bá ṣe máa gẹ́ẹ̀tì orúkọ wọn so bí ìṣe ìgbẹ́ni.
So that's just one. I'll see if I can just show just one more where they were actually in the middle of the market, and they were actually engaging, and they were getting people from the market to sign the petition. I hope I can actually find that particular video. If you just bear with me, I hope I can find it. I don't think it's that one. It's not that one. Let's see. I think this one.
Wọ́n restrict wọn bẹ̀tà sí tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ìfẹ́ bí àwa ṣe ń kóra wa jọ bí báyìí àwọn òde kóra wa jọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Wọ́n ríra wọn pé that's the most of the people máa ń gbé that is the webinar meeting.
No, it's not this one. If you just bear with me and I can get the correct one. Okay, so you can see like printing the forms and stuff like that. Not this one. Okay, yeah, great. So you can see how they're engaging and, you know, in the market, and that, you know, they're getting these market ladies sign the petition.
Èyí ni ìforúkọsílẹ̀ fún ìgbòmìnira orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá tí a mọ̀ sí petition fún referendum. A wà ní ọjà Ìlórò nílùú Àkúrẹ́, ní Òkè Àró nílùú Àkúrẹ́. Àwọn màmá wa lélẹ́yìí tó jẹ́ pé gbogbo orúkọ àwọn ìdílé wọn, àbúrò wọn ló fi sílẹ̀ fún jíjà ìgbà òmìnira fún orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá. A ṣe ṣe fún wa láṣẹ Elédùmarè. Pẹ̀lú wọn ni olùdarí gbogbo àpapọ̀ ẹgbẹ́mọ Yorùbá ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo, ajìjàgbara Babalọlá Sunday. Pẹ̀lú wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àwọn bàbá wa tó wà ní ọ̀hún náà. Àwọn náà ń ṣe ohun tó tọ́ láti máa ṣe ìforúkọsílẹ̀ náà. Ìforúkọsílẹ̀ ni wọ́n ṣe yẹn o, bàbá àgbàlagbà, bàbá Prince Adéjìdá. Báwo wà inú ọjà ìlà wà yìí? Gbogbo àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ wà ní ọmọ Yorùbá tó ní gbogbo wọn lè dùn tó máa
láti rí pé
I don't like it anymore. I don't like it the way. Come on, love man.
Wọ́n ní bí a ṣe ń gbọ́ ní ọkọ là ń gbọ́ ní àlè. Ẹyọkẹ́ àwọn olóṣèlú máa ṣe tí wọ́n máa rẹ́gísítà through INEC. Ẹja rẹ́gísítà through referendum láti jàjàgbara. Wọ́n rí mọ̀ pé ọdún mẹ́rin míì tún fẹ́ tó báyìí láti tún wọ ipò ìjọba. Ìyẹn náà tún fẹ́ fi kó wa ní papámọ́ra.
Okay, I'll stop sharing my screen now. But you can see the evidence that they are working. You know, these young men, you know, they're young men, and they really want to get. I mean, and there's still some more joining that platform that are very serious. That they are going out there, they are getting those signatories. However, they do need financial support. We cannot get those signatories without having some form of financial support. What would also help is for us to see, as I said, obviously they're signing and they're inputting the information into the onto the petition platform. We need to know how many signatories has been signed. We need those figures to show on the website. So this is something that I personally would request that Mrs. Onitiri should, at least for now, show us how many signatures signed. We need to know the and also we need the financial support. So these are the areas that I needed to touch on. They are working hard.